in it though. So we're going to start a study session. And I'm going to move a couple of items around for the interest of time of the presenters that have to present these particular items. So I will have council stand in session. Items 1, wait, hold on. Mr. Clerk, do you have to do a roll call for study session?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so what we'll do is we will move to item 4, which was requested by Councilmember Fimbres. It is an update on the Salvation Army's holiday plans. Mr. Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This holiday season is coming up upon us, and there are those less fortunate that we will need assistance. A key organization that has helped us in the past and is still currently is the Salvation Army of Tucson. And I have 2 individuals, the Salvation Army Captain Ellen O. and Carolyn Koch, board chair, and they are here to provide the mayor and council with an update on what they're planning on doing for this holiday season with the COVID-19 challenge. And also I want to thank Bill Davidson, who's the director of development, who's also helped organize this. So I'll turn it over to the captain.
Good afternoon. I'm Carolyn LeCoq, and I'm the chair of the Tucson Salvation Army. I'm here with Captain Allen. She is her and her husband, Captain David, are the Tucson area coordinators overseeing all of the operations here. Just a little briefing on the board. I've been on the board as the chair for the past year. I've been serving on the board here in Tucson for 15 years. I support it, I believe in it, and along with the other 18 members that do serve from the community on our board, to include the ex-mayor, Jonathan Rothschild. We're very honored to have him with us now. So we work with the community in many different ways, and I just wanted to share with you, I do have some PowerPoints, and I understand there's somebody nice that's going to put up my PowerPoint. If you want to put up the first slide, please. And so during the pandemic, for example, I have some figures of things that we have done and how they've increased, the needs have increased during the pandemic. So we had, in 2019, we prepared meals was 100,609. During the pandemic, we had 128,354. Food boxes that we put out in 2019, 3,055. And during the pandemic, 13,944. And you can put up the next slide if you don't mind, please. Nights of shelter and lodging, 41,000 during the pandemic. 2019, we did 39,416. 4,795 cases of emotional spiritual care versus 1,985 during 2019. We helped 3,024 people with rent versus 1,022 during 19. And basically 39,033 people assisted versus 15,273. So that gives you an idea of what the pandemic has done. So you can put up the next slide, please. Yes, the holiday season is upon us, and we have several programs that we do. We do our kettle kickoff. We bring out our red kettles that pretty much everybody's aware of, seeing them around Tucson. We do our Angel Tree program, November 20th to the 25th of December. We do our Thanksgiving dinner, our Christmas dinner, our annual toy distribution, our Adopt a Family. We usually do from 300 to 400 families. We also have a lot of other events throughout the year. We do cooling stations, back to school child spree, and again, our holiday dinners, our bell ringers. We work with volunteers, work with local stores with this, and then of course our Operation Deep Freeze. We are always looking for volunteers and donations. We don't ever turn them away. And we greatly appreciate you allowing us this time today. You can put up the next slide, please. That's our Red Kettle kickoff. We are now able to accept Apple Pay and Google Pay. It's helped tremendously with the state of the art and everybody paying with that. So that's been great. We started that last year. And I think that we also have a lot of other programs and events that we do. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Captain Allen.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Captain Ellen O. I'm the Tucson City Coordinator of the Salvation Army, and I want to thank you for your time and the opportunity for us to share about the Salvation Army. The Salvation Army started in Tucson in 1893. We have been serving the community through many various ministries and programs for over 127 years. We have 5 locations here: the Hospitality House, M5 Corps, All Nations Corps, South Corps Resource Center, and Green Valley. Here at Hospitality House, we have a shelter program for 21-day programs. Any homeless community comes in with a proper ID, we allow them in, and then we give them 21 days to stay. We also have a transitional program. We have a separate dorm for transitional program for 4 months. Anyone is working and willing to pay 30% of their monthly income, they can stay up to 4 months. We have a motel voucher program. We have a Pima County outside agency, and FEMA is supporting us with a grant. So if we run out of space here, we send them to motel, or if they show any symptoms, we also send them to motel. Any family comes in and we run out of apartments, send them to motel. We have a Project Hospitality House program. This is a 90-day program during winter time. In Tucson area, it gets really cold during winter time, so we allow 10 men, 10 women, and 2 families to stay. This is identified by our case managers for their need during this time. This starts in November 28th through February 27th. The Salvation Army is partnering with the city in providing cooling station at 4 locations to provide the homeless community with a heat relief program. Clients are given 2 meals, a place to rest, shower available, washing machine, health care, and case management service. We also work a form of a partnership with the city on other projects such as Operation Deep Freeze. Our staff work closely with TPCH in Tucson to have a coordinated effort for the homeless with the city and other agencies. Our staff also work closely with the neighborhood associations, civic organizations, and government agencies. We partner with Sullivan Jackson. If any clients wants to get job training, this is an 8-week program. We send them to Sullivan Jackson. And until they complete their program, we allow them to stay at the shelter. Salvation Army works closely with Area Health Center to provide health care for our clients. Area makes a 1 visit per week, but during the cooling center program, they come twice a week. And then that includes the overall care, shots, evaluation of physical issues and emotional issues. They refer clients to higher level of service if needed, including COVID-19. Our case managers provide detailed evaluation of each of our clients and matches them up with the appropriate social services. The Salvation Army in Tucson is putting together a strategic plan to look at the next 5 years. So we have had input from various constituents, and would like you to input and question as well. So we really ask you to put an input for the Salvation Army on our 5-year strategic plan. I'm gonna turn you over to Carolyn for more information.
Thank you. I wanted to just let you know about some of the COVID procedures that we have faced, of course, like everyone. We're doing smaller events. We are testing everyone that works at our hospitality house. We're doing the temperatures, we're doing the testing, and it has worked out well. Our events are of course, been reorganized to smaller events. Our back to school backpack event, for example, we did a drive-through and it worked out perfect. We had the backpacks here by the hospitality house. They, were already signed up. They drove through. We handed them backpacks. Very rewarding experiences with all the happy faces to see all the supplies. And of course, for our kettle kickoff that we do every year, we have done it the last couple of years at the mall. And we won't be doing it at the mall. We'll be doing it here in front of our hospitality house, again, to social distance. And we also handed out masks, hand sanitizer. Immediately we were blessed to be able to get our hands on that at a time when it was not as readily available. We had a lot of donations from the community, and it was very much appreciative. So at this time, I think we're ready for any questions. Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Kathy, can you let them know what you're preparing for the holidays, the Thanksgiving dinners that you normally have? What procedures have you changed to meet the COVID-19 challenge?
Yes, for Thanksgiving dinner, we're going to keep the same location, St. Demetrius location that we've been always having it. So this year it will be different with the social distance. We're just gonna have it to-go boxes for any clients coming in. But for Christmas dinner, we're gonna keep the same location, the TCC, but because they have a larger venue, so I think we can sit the clients with the social distances as well.
Great.
We'll also
Madam Mayor, I'll open it up to other questions from my colleagues.
Okay.
Thank you to the Salvation Army and appreciate all the work that you do. Are there any questions or comments from the rest of the council?
Madam Mayor, I just wanted to let you know that Ward 5 is excited to share that we'll be working with the Cox team, and Cox Communications will be announcing a partnership with the Salvation Army in the next couple of weeks that will provide much needed financial support for the Salvation Army in Southern Arizona for our communities, families at risk this season. We're working with the Cox team to help announce this shortly and to direct critical resources to the highest priority needs. So that's coming.
Congratulations. That's wonderful, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I was just curious for folks who may want to know how they can volunteer or get involved. What's the best way for them to find out how to plug in for these upcoming?
Yes, we have a website address.
We can put up the last.
Can you put up the last PowerPoint? So if you visit Tucson, the Salvation Army Tucson.org. So it's, yes, salvationarmytucson.org. You could sign up there. And also you could always call us at 520-795-9671, and we'll have someone answer and schedule you for your, according to your schedule for your volunteer hours.
Donation.
This year, we're gonna need lots of toys. Lots of companies who used to support us have closed there because of the pandemic. So we are still getting so many families sign up for the toys for this Christmas. So we ask your support as well.
Great.
Any other questions from our colleagues? Alrighty, well, thank you so much for being here with us today, and Congratulations, Councilmember Fimbres, for the partnership with Cox and the Salvation Army. And we appreciate all the work you do for our community. Thank you so much.
I think Salvation Army deserves a round of applause too, Madam Mayor, because the outstanding work they do with our most needy, most vulnerable citizens in our community.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your recognition. Thank you, Mayor, and thanks to everyone. Really
Thank you, guys.
appreciate your time.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Stay, be safe, stay healthy.
We really appreciate it. Yeah, stay healthy.
Shall we leave the meeting?
Yeah, you can just leave the meeting and we'll continue, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mayor.
Alrighty, thank you to the Salvation Army. The next item that I'd like to bring forward before we head into executive session is item 11. I have requested discussion of the report recently published by the Sentinel Event Review Board. I believe this conversation is important to have before we move into executive session. And I'll just explain how I'd like to present this item and the timeline as to how we're going to present. We will have Mr. John Holloway, which helped mediate and overviews, help mediate the SERB, along with, Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott is not with us today, but Mr. Holloway is. Then how we'll present is that TPD will present first, and then the Public Safety Communications Department. We will finish with the Fire Department, and then we'll have Mayor and Council discuss. So the reason that I decided to ask for this presentation is it's an important discussion for Mayor and Council to have. As we all know, earlier this year, our community found out about the tragic in-custody death of a fellow Tucsonan, Carlos Adrian Ingram Lopez, that occurred in April. After that, we also learned of an in-custody death of another young man, Damian Alvarado. Both of these incidents caused us to look introspectively and examine the policies and practices that led to these tragic outcomes. I really want to take an opportunity to commend the Tucson Police Department under the leadership of Chief Magnus and Deputy Chief Kasmer in assembling the Sentinel Event Review Board in response to this event. This has been a nationally recognized effort that Chief Magnus instituted at least 4 years ago here in the city of Tucson and in TPD. In particular, I want to thank them for their willingness to self-scrutinize and their commitment to working hand in hand with our community to help prevent similar events from occurring in the future. The SERB report identified 32 contributing factors resulting in 53 recommended changes to the policies and procedures of involved city departments. And it does include Tucson Police Department, Tucson Fire Department, and Public Safety Communications, which the SERB report has these recommendations, not only to these departments, but also policy recommendation for mayor and council to consider. The next step is ensuring that these recommendations turn into action. The objective of this conversation is to hear updates from our department leadership on their progress in implementing many of the recommendations. While we will briefly overview the report itself, I would like to keep the conversation focused on the next steps and the actions that are being taken in response to the report's recommendations. As such, I would ask that my colleagues that we wait until the end of the presentation before asking any questions. And I encourage questions. So So we will move on with the agenda. We will start with Mr. John Holloway, who co-facilitated the SERB and serves as the Executive Director of the Quattrone Center for the Fair Administration of Justice at the University of Pennsylvania Carey Law School. He will provide a brief refresher and an overview of the report, as well as the purpose and scope of the Sentinel Event Review Board. We will then turn it over to the departments, and we will finish off with questions if that's okay. So I know that your time is very valuable, Mr. Holloway, and I appreciate your time with us, appreciate all of the work that you've done for Tucson Police Department through the SERB, and I will appreciate your time today. So I wanted to see if the city clerk would bring up. Okay.
Great. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. And I mean, it's very nice of you to be so courteous about my time, but obviously there's a lot of people on this call whose time is all very important. It's a real honor to be here. I want to, as you said, salute the Tucson Police Department for putting this group together. It was done with, I know, a lot of work and thought went into it, and it was really a wonderful opportunity for me and for Michael Scott from Arizona State to be involved in this process. What I'm going to do for the next 10 minutes or so, council members, is discuss with you kind of the philosophy of this. Oh, Mike, I see that you're here.
Yeah, I just joined this minute, John. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. So, so let me do this slide, and then I'll turn it over to Michael to talk about the concepts of Sentinel Event Review. I'll talk for a little bit about ways to think about the different contributing factors that we identified, and then, as Mayor Romero has suggested, we will turn it over to the agencies themselves to talk about implementation of some of the recommendations. So, Mike, why don't you go ahead and we've mentioned your name, but we haven't really introduced you.
Yes, before you start, Mr. Holloway, can I also give credit to Michael Scott. He's a clinical professor and director of the Center for Problem-Oriented Policing at the Watts College of Public Service and Community Solutions at Arizona State University. Mr. Holloway, as well as Mr. Scott, are experts in the conduct of Sentinel Event Review events. I'm sorry, it was a long night last night, so I am not 100% here. But both Mr. Scott and Mr. Holloway helped lead the SERB, and I wanted to thank them along with TPD for their incredible work on this review board. Go ahead, John.
Sure, we'll actually go ahead, Mike. I think this is the next few slides are Mike's, and then I'll turn it over when we get to the graphics.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone, and just a little brief additional background on myself. I've spent about a third of my career in universities as a professor, a third of it in police research, and a third actually in police agencies as a police officer, police chief, police administrator. So my experience with this approach traces back to my time at the University of Wisconsin Law School. And I was contacted by a man who said, police in my city shot and killed my son. I think it was an unjustified shooting, and I'm very upset with how it was investigated and how it was reviewed. And so that began a relationship that I had with this individual. And I worked with him and then reached out to the police community in the state of Wisconsin, to state legislators, to police union officials, to community members. And we set out to do two things. The first was to create a law that would require the investigation of critical incidents such as officer-involved fatalities that they be independently conducted by an outside agency. And that law has passed, so that is the law in the state of Wisconsin. The police departments do not lead their own investigations of their own officer shootings. But the second half of this process is what we've been working on more recently in the last, say, 5 to 6 years. And that is to develop this Sentinel event review idea. John, can you switch to the next slide? So we got this idea of really drawing from the experiences of at least 3 other occupations or professions: medicine, transportation, and aeronautics, aerospace. And so we were mindful that, for example, when the space shuttle exploded, when an airplane crashes, when a patient dies on the operating table in an unexpected way, all of these 3 other professions have systems in place for reviewing those bad outcomes for the purpose of finding out why did this happen. You can go to the next slide, John. And so these are the core principles of a Sentinel event review. And I want to be careful here to distinguish these. This is a review that happens in addition to a criminal investigation, in addition to an internal investigation by a police agency, and in addition to any other kinds of investigations such as civil litigation. This is different. These are the core elements. Ideally, these kinds of reviews occur routinely whenever there is an event of the type that's going to be covered by these, often but not limited to fatalities, bad outcomes where harm has occurred. These reviews routinely occur. Their focus is on preventing future occurrences of similar events and not on blaming people for causing the bad past events. It may seem like a subtle difference, but it's a critical difference. Focus is on preventing future harm, not blaming people for past harm. The blaming is important, but that occurs in the context of those other kinds of investigations. The Sentinel event reviews are intended to examine all of the relevant causes and contributing factors. So in the context of a police-involved fatality, they're not going to be limited to just what did these police officers do, but any relevant factors, beginning from the first notification about the event all the way through to its end. And they could extend well beyond the police agency to other agencies, other organizations, and other individuals' actions, as well as just to the physical environment or social environment within which the harm occurred. These reviews are intended to be led by independent persons or bodies, because that's absolutely critical to the credibility of the review, that they are perceived by the public and by the people involved, including victims, as being unbiased, that they are not, they're not intended and should not be perceived as being cover-ups of and explanations and excuses for the bad outcome. The independence is critical. What is also critical is that those investigating, conducting the review, gathering the data and the evidence, and reviewing it are primarily qualified experts, people who are familiar with the relevant professions, with policing, with emergency medical services, with whatever fields are relevant to the event. And that the findings and recommendations are reviewed by qualified and credible authorities. And that's not limited to any one set of people, but it absolutely should include the chief executive officers of the agencies that are involved in this, And as is occurring here, it is appropriate that the appointed and elected government authorities also be able to review these findings and recommendations. And the last core principle is that the findings and recommendations are routinely shared with both the public and other relevant organizations. So if it's a police-involved fatality, we also want to be sure that all other police executives and police agencies, at least within that jurisdiction, say the state of Arizona, for example, are able to see these reports and the findings and the recommendations. Ideally, we would make these nationally available so that an entire profession and occupation can benefit from learning from the errors, the mistakes, and the tragedies of others. So not every agency has to learn from its own mistakes. Those are the core principles of the Sentinel Event Review. I'll turn it back to John. You're muted, John.
Yep, I got it, sorry. You would think that at this point it would be automatic, but it still seems to be a glitch for me, and my apologies. So the next three slides are what we call fishbone diagrams, and these are pretty well known in the Sentinel Event Review space as being ways to show the way that these events occur. When the Challenger explodes, or when a hospital operates on the right leg when they're supposed to operate on the right leg, or whatever the error may be, it's never really just one thing. It's always a blend of contributing factors. And it's important to understand that what we're trying to do is we're trying to understand the decisions made by people at, actually participating in the incident at the moment that they're making them. When you go to do a civil litigation or assess liability or blame, you have the benefit of hindsight. When you're an officer responding to a 911 call in one of these situations, you're making the best use you can of limited information in a dynamic environment with lots of other people involved, and you're making decisions without knowing how they're going to end up. And so we want to understand what the then current mindset of the participants was and how all of the information was coming together or not coming together in helpful ways, so that we can make recommendations that will improve those decisions when they're made at the time. And so what we have here, we broke the 2 deaths in custody into 3 Sentinel events. Each of the in custody deaths, Mr. Ingram Lopez on this one, and the next slide will be Mr. Alvarado. Each of those is obviously a Sentinel event. We simply don't want citizens in custody dying for obvious reasons. But there's a third event related to the Ingram Lopez case that was the delay in the disclosure of the body cams to the public. And that was something that undermined the trust in the TPD and how they were handling this, raised concerns that people were trying to hide things. And so we treated that as a separate Sentinel event and something that should also be addressed. And for each of them in the report, we have these fishbone diagrams. I know that you've all had the report for quite some time, so I'm not going to go through these in granular level, but just to understand what we've got here is we've broken the areas in which there were contributing factors into these 6 red texts. Communication, obviously it's, people not having perfect information. How can we improve that? Leadership and supervision, whether or not we've got the right people involved for the task. Have we equipped these individuals properly so that they have what they need to reach the results that we want them to? Are there any circumstances in the environment that contribute to some of the problems, and are they using appropriate procedures? One of the things that was really interesting about these 2 cases is that in one instance, the officers followed available protocols. In another instance, they didn't. One of the reasons that it is we were able to do this review in a way that separated the quality and getting the result we wanted from discipline and blame is that the department handled that part of it very quickly, very efficiently. By the time we came to the event, the administrative reviews that the department does internally had been done and actions had been taken with the relevant officers where that was appropriate. That allowed us to focus on how can we put these officers in the position to be successful in the way we want, and what would we do differently to make sure that the next set of officers responding to a similar call are able to achieve a better and different result than the ones in this case. So, for example, in the communication realm here, in the Ingram Lopez case, the situation that we had was we had an older Hispanic grandmother calling in with a grandson in her home who was naked and dealing with, I think, with a drug problem. She was speaking very quickly, frantically in Spanish. The 911 dispatcher was not a Spanish speaker. There's obviously opportunities there for things to get literally lost in translation. There was additional information found on an outstanding warrant involving the grandson. That information gets transmitted to the police officers without a lot of nuance, and that's the information that the officers have when they respond to the scene. So one of our focuses was, what could we do to deal with those language barriers going forward? How do we manage how this call is framed for the officers so that they approach it as a young man with a behavioral health or drug challenge, as opposed to a young man with an outstanding domestic violence warrant that they need to arrest and walk in with that kind of mindset. There are a number of other issues involved, but what you see here is all of these issues kind of coming together and converging to lead to what is a low frequency but obviously very high impact error, and something that we can learn from. The other great thing about these cases is that because you have all these contributing factors, you have wonderful opportunities for learning throughout the system. So it's not just TPD that gets learnings here, as you'll see. It's the fire department, it's the dispatch organization, and they all have opportunities to in essence, deal with issues that they might not have known or thought about, because we only think about punishing the officers typically, and not these little tactical things that go on in the moment that are going to help officers get better results. Next slide. So this is a similar one for the in-custody death of Mr. Alvarado. Again, we have the same categories. In this case, one of the challenges we had was when Mr. Alvarado actually had been subdued, actually was turned on his side and was being helped in the right way. The 911, the paramedics actually came and administered care to him, got his vital signs. He was fine at the moment. As they were leaving the scene, he went into cardiac arrest. And so this was a situation where, despite everybody doing things by the book, we nonetheless got the undesired result. That is itself an opportunity for learning, because whatever the protocols we have are, we're following them. Clearly now that's not the problem. Training isn't the problem. What now can we learn from this? One of the things that we talked about, for example, was not to necessarily rely on the decedent who previously said to the EMTs, yes, I'm okay, and the vital signs would indicate that, but to take extra time to make sure, and also to make sure that it was clear during a handoff. You have a situation in these cases where the police department are in control, and then the medics come in and they take over control of the incident for a period of time and then hand it back to the police department. And so one of the things we looked at was that information exchange and other ways that we can improve that, for example. If you look at the environment, this was a very interesting case because it was a hit and run. The gentleman had fled the scene. He was followed by two civilians. The first officer responding to the scene is aware of the fact that the hit and run may have been tied to a shooting. And so as he approaches the situation, he knows, okay, I may have an armed suspect and I know I've got two civilians on this scene, and I need to handle that in a way that maximizes the safety for everybody. That definitely, understanding how that influences things and how we can help that officer with decision making was a big one. And then I just want to touch on one last point, which is one of the things that the community members made a real focus of this, and I was really glad they did, was they asked a very blunt question. If these two men had been white, would they still be alive? And to what extent does structural racism and the perceptions of structural racism influence the way these events move forward? There was no explicit suggestion that anybody behaved in any way that was biased or racist in either of these events. There were a number of instances, however, where the community members said, we as Latina community members looking at this event, we see the risk of structural racism at this point, this point, this point, and this point. We discussed that as a group. We went through a training as a group to make sure that we were appropriately thoughtful and sensitive to these issues. And we outlined where we thought we saw the potential for these issues to be reflecting structural racism so that TPD, TFD, and the dispatch could incorporate that and understand that that's how the community is viewing it, and therefore we have to modify the way we're approaching this to make sure that we are accounting for that and doing what we can do to eradicate that structural racism from the way we work. And so that's included in the recommendations as well, and I thought it was a really important part of the process. Next slide. And now here we have contributing factors that we're dealing with strictly the failure to notify and publicize the body cams and the videos in the Ingram Lopez case. There were a lot of challenges here. The largest one was technology complications that were brought about by COVID. The way that the review organization within the police looks at these cases is facilitated by a great deal of one-on-one interaction and group interaction where they're all in the same office and they're all talking at the same time. That was greatly complicated by COVID. It also happened that the assistant chief who was in charge of this group at the time was also coordinating the COVID response for TPD, and that therefore limited his ability to supervise because he just had huge demands on his time. And so there were a number of issues here, none of which were about deliberately hiding or minimizing this event, but nonetheless combined to lead to that being the result. And so we've outlined those and made suggestions for their improvement as well. So as Mayor Romero said, I think we had 32 contributing factors and 53 recommendations. You will have seen them. They range from high level to really very granular. And that's a good thing because it's often the little granular operational things that will lead you to changes that you might not otherwise have made that can really be effective in the day-to-day operations of the office to avoid the next error. So I'll be available at the end of the agency participation or part of the presentation to answer questions, and I'll turn it over to Chief Magnus.
We're just waiting on the slide here, but I can get us started. So thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving us the opportunity to just go through this process a little bit. And thank you to our two facilitators who did an amazing job. This was, just gotta say again, this was a terrible tragedy. And our goal throughout this process was to learn together so that we could come up with ways to avoid or minimize the likelihood of similar tragedies in the future. So as mentioned, there were 53 different recommendations that the SERB came up with. Not all of them are exclusive to the police department. As you will hear shortly, some are specific to fire, some specific to the communications center. Some involve council, which we'll have the opportunity to discuss shortly, and some cover really a combination of those things. But we can start off, frankly, with an example of one that involves both communications center and the police department, because obviously, as mentioned, it's important for us to work together to make sure that the right kinds of questions are asked and the right kind of information is gathered so that then communications can work with our personnel to assure that if we have CIT trained officers, and that's critical incident training, it's a 40-hour class that roughly 70% of our sworn personnel have gone through at this point. We hold several classes throughout the year and continue to train additional personnel as they come on board. But the idea is that if we have CIT trained officers in the various divisions, it would be important that those individuals, those pairs of officers are dispatched to calls where it's pretty clear that somebody's in mental health or emotional distress or crisis. And so we need to just clarify who is trained, make sure that's readily available to the communications center personnel, and then do our best, and supervisors can help with this as well, to make sure those folks are dispatched to those calls. In some cases, it may take a little longer for them to get there if they're not the closest officers, but we recognize that they have special skills that could be helpful in a situation like really both of these cases. The other thing, though, that's worth mentioning is that all of our personnel, including our professional staff, have received what we call mental health first aid training, which is essentially 8 hours of kind of what to look for that clues you into somebody in emotional distress, and the basics of, I guess you could put it as first, do no harm, the kinds of basic do's and don'ts when you're in a situation like that. So we plan to continue both of those kinds of training and in fact to expand them into the future. So, you know, we'll be working, that's a good example of an area where we will be working with Public Safety Communications Department, and it'll help us get the right calls in the right hands and then to gather data about the outcomes. We're also going to be, really the goal is to continue training of our officers and in fact increase it so our personnel know how to defuse situations and can make the best possible decisions. And I'm going to ask Chief Kazmierzak, whose bureau includes the training division, to just talk a little bit about what that might involve going forward.
So, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, one of the things that was so critical in this SERB process was we had the training division. The person in charge of the training division was an ex officio member of the board. Captain Joe Puglio was able to listen to all of the conversations and read through all the material that was presented to the board in real time and be able to make training modifications, adjustments, and additions to many of the programs that we already have in place in near real time. So what we've been able to do because of Captain Puglio's presence on the board and Deputy Chief Kazmar and I's presence on the board was develop from scratch an advanced officer training program for all members of the police department, specific to the cases that were relevant to the SERB review. That process ordinarily takes the better part of a year to plan, develop the training, and roll it out. That training specific to Carlos Ingram Lopez started this month. And in fact, one of the recommendations of the SERB board was to develop a training specific to that incident so that we touch on many of the recommendations that were related to officer behavior, actions that we took, policies, and things like that. So earlier this month, we started that advanced officer training specific to, like I said, many of the recommendations. I think upwards of 20 of the recommendations touch on something to do with training, whether it be recognition of excited delirium, better response, cooperation with the fire department, the use of some of our equipment. This training block is going to touch on all of those recommendations and will be presented to every member of the police department. Go ahead, next slide.
So So again, in terms of, as Eric mentioned, the issue of training is a theme that comes up over and over again. And that's something we already pride ourselves in, but by doing that, we also recognize the need to continually improve and develop training programs that make sure our personnel really do understand, for example, in this case, the risk factors that come with excited delirium. And, you know, the complicated thing about excited delirium is that, you know, you really have to zero in on a number of clues that help you see that this is not somebody behaving in a manner that is criminal or even that is necessarily something that can be de-escalated like many other mental health circumstances. It is a true medical psychiatric emergency, and the goal has to be to get someone to the hospital as quickly as possible, because otherwise they really can spiral into a position where death is extremely likely. So here's an area where we're using body-worn camera footage to really help us train people for the future. And again, I'm going to ask the chief to talk a little bit more about, I think, some of the creative ways that we can get our personnel up to speed in this area.
So one of the things that we did as a result of this, a lot of the training that we've done historically has been focused on police operations. And this incident has really caused us to take a step back and think about the importance of cross-functional training with both our Tucson Fire Department partners and our partners in the public safety communications. But beyond that, the non-governmental operations and the social work environment, our partners in those groups as well. So as a result of the SERB recommendations, the Training Academy has put together a training review board, a community training review board. So this Carlos Ingram Lopez training and the training that's come out of the SERB recommendations has been validated and vetted by this new training review board that we have created to ensure that we're hitting on all of the things that the community expects us to hit on, but also to ensure that the fire department, public safety communications, and our other partners are included in our training and understand both what we're doing and so that we can understand their policies and their practices. Because as Mr. Holloway pointed out, there were two instances, one where we followed our procedures and one where we didn't, that it's important for everybody to be on the same page. So that's perhaps one of the more creative things. There aren't too many agencies out there that have a community review panel for all their training, and we've implemented that as a result of this recommendation.
And one last thought on that point. Tucson Police, we're part of the Major City Chiefs Association, and this is a topic that's being discussed among major city chiefs from across the country. There's some very interesting and exciting things happening in other departments around the area of excited delirium and how police could better interface with fire. Some of that work is being done in Dallas with the Dallas Police and Fire Departments, and we're already in contact with them and in particular their medical director to help us address some protocols as well as some training opportunities for the future. So then the other thing we just want to highlight here, and again, it's hard to pick because there's so many different recommendations that we have been working on. Really, we could show you that we have, in many cases, resolved a great many of them. Others remain in progress, and some are going to be a long-term effort, but we're just picking a few for the purposes of this presentation. And so the last one I want to touch on here is this idea of addressing an officer who has just perhaps been in a difficult situation with a given individual. Perhaps they've had to go hands-on with them because, like in the Alvarado case, there was a prolonged chase, foot chase, and then a fight with the person to get them into custody. A lot of adrenaline there. that's very stressful for everybody involved, officers in particular. And so one of the recommendations was this idea of getting the officer who had had that kind of encounter with a suspect, getting them to step back and instead inserting officers who were not directly involved in a fight to then take over the management of that person who's now in custody. And so this is something we're already working on as part of our, again, academy work that Chief Kazmierzak and his team are doing out at the academy, but also beyond that with our advanced officer training. And we are working to add language that will make this a desired outcome in our general orders. It's not always going to be feasible in every circumstance, but we're going to include it as a general expectation for the work that we do. So,
we covered this one already.
Yeah, I think we've already gone through this first part about the use of CIT personnel and about the mental health first aid. And pretty much here, these are basically kind of duplicate slides. So we'll move forward. Just one last thing in this section here, because the idea of a roadshow may sound like some sort of, that may not be a term that's familiar to most people outside the police department, but the idea is that we have a program that our lieutenants and sergeants out in the field in every one of our divisions, and really throughout the department, they take on the role of instructors, and they're in an important position to do that because they're up close and personal with folks in each one of the divisions in the city. And so they can help answer questions. They can make this real at the divisional level. They can have some important discussions that are not just something that occurs in a academy or other training session. And we are definitely taking full advantage of the opportunity for those trainings. And the roadshow, as described, is something that is starting at the beginning of the month. And all of our sworn members will understand some of these things that need to be implemented a little differently, or some of the knowledge that we've gleaned through this process. Anything else that you can think of?
No, I think the next slide is fire, unless you want to hit.
We'll move on then to some fire related recommendations, and I'm going to hand it off to Chief Ryan to discuss these.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council, and guests. Chuck Ryan, Tucson Fire Chief, and just want to go over a few things that have come out of the SERB that touch on TFD and to the point the chiefs were making, the police chiefs were making, and much of these deal with training issues, but there are some operational things as well. So the first thing I want to discuss real quickly, talking about continuous chest compressions during cardiac arrest and the effects of restraints on that. CPR is obviously widely known, and everybody knows if you've had any modicum of CPR training, continuous chest compressions are critical to the efficacy of hopefully returning somebody to having a normal sinus rhythm. But when restraints are applied to a person in custody, especially when it's a behind the back restraint, it's difficult, if not impossible, to perform quality CPR. And that's just known. And those restraints are, we in the fire and EMS world, defer to our brothers and sisters in law enforcement for the proper way to apply those restraints. We work with them on that. And they know what they need to do for officer safety reasons. And that includes the safety of our personnel as well as the patient. There was reference in the SERB to TFD conducting or looking back and doing a study of the effect or impact of restraints on CPR. We searched back and there's been really no formal study or review done of that, because when restraints are applied and somebody goes into cardiac arrest, the officers remove the restraints and CPR ensues. So those variables come into play with respect to this, but obviously the goal is to ensure high quality chest compressions as continuously as possible as a basic life support measure while paramedics prepare for ALS or advanced life support interventions. Another recommendation that came out of the SERB was a dual dispatch for overdose calls, and I definitely don't want to get into Director O'Leary's lane here in public safety communications. Much of this is dependent upon the information the call taker receives or draws forth from the person calling 911 to gauge what the level or type of emergency is. But since September of this year, all narcotics overdose cases have been changed to a dual dispatch methodology so that TFD and TPD are simultaneously dispatched and the person in need receives at least basic life support care as quickly as possible. Moving next to the use of the Ingram Lopez case in responder training. So here at TFD, and this is common in metropolitan fire and EMS departments nationwide, de-identified significant medical events, significant calls are presented to our personnel as case studies for future training opportunities. So that is done and will be, the Ingram Lopez case will be incorporated, has been incorporated into TFD's continuing medical education for our firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics. Next slide, please. Next thing, one of the recommendations from the SERB was to, when possible, obtain a body temperature as a vital sign for a patient exhibiting signs or symptoms of excited delirium. So we've added that to what we call our administrative guidelines. There are EMS or medical protocols, and when possible, that will be done. One item of caution, obviously the environmental conditions here in Tucson sometimes render those infrared thermometers relatively inaccurate or sometimes useless. If the ambient temperature is over 100 degrees Fahrenheit, then it can interfere with the reading from the thermometer and give a false reading. So nonetheless, when possible, it's been built into our AG so our folks know to obtain a body temp as part of the normal vital sign process now. And that has been shared with our neighboring fire and EMS departments with whom we run calls along city borders. The next part, the medical needs. When is a patient a patient? We have reaffirmed with our personnel that a patient is always a patient, irrespective of their status with police. If they are in custody, detained, an arrestee, if they need medical attention, then our personnel provide medical attention. And they will ask the person if they want to go to the hospital. If they are unconscious, unresponsive, then there's sort of that obviously implied consent that emergency medical care is needed and a transport to the hospital will ensue. But again, that's a training thing, and we are reinforcing that with our personnel to work with on-scene TPD folks to make sure there's good communication there. With respect to data sharing, same thing, we do collect data on a wide spectrum of metrics for all of our calls. We are exploring some of the mechanics for a public-facing EMS response data dashboard, but we do, in our world, have to be very mindful of HIPAA implications so that none of the data we project could in any way be personally identifying to a patient. So that's something we're working through and more to come on that. And then the last item I have to discuss before turning this over to Director O'Leary is the discussion about a crisis line and some education for the general public with respect to when to call 911, what 911 is appropriate for, and when there are other numbers to call to reach for services that may not rise to the level of a true medical emergency or may require another city service. So our public information officer is working alongside TPD and public safety comms to create this public service announcement, 30 to 45 second spot that will run on TV and radio as an educational item for the public. So I know I went kind of quick, but I want to be respectful of everybody's time. I'll stay on the line for questions and then turn this over to Director O'Leary.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. Today, we wanted to touch on 3 of the recommendations that concerned public safety communications. And the first would be our Spanish call taking capacity. So just to touch on what we currently have in our hiring process, the scoring factors for a bilingual individual who would be going through our hiring process continues to be a factor. So that would be a benefit or an addition whenever that person is going through our hiring process. We are focusing on continually expanding our pool, not just of Spanish speakers, but other languages that would be common in our community. We recognize there's quite a few. Currently, we have a contractual requirement to provide direct access to interpreters for 911. That's through the language line service, and that is a priority for us when we do receive those calls. However, one of the recommendations is that service be provided immediately. When you are translating a call, there has to be a period of determination as to the language that's being spoken, and so it is not an immediate transfer. Sometimes we have to determine what language we need to connect with the translator. So as a workaround for that, our recommendation is that for our call takers who are not speaking English, that we have both a call taker available that can provide that real-time translation as well as the redundancy of the language line. We do have 26 Spanish speakers who are employed in our center right now, and our targeted efforts in recruiting will be to obtain more who can go through our process. We also currently provide incentive pay to our bilingual call takers as a way to ensure that we're rewarding that extra benefit that they do bring to our center. Next slide, please. Thank you. So another recommendation that we discussed during the SERB review was updating our call taking scripts. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with how we handle our calls, we do have call cards that help us categorize the questions that we ask our call takers. Currently, if we receive a 911 call, some of the questions that might be asked would include, is there weapons present? Is there violence, or what time the issue occurred? Those help us provide the responders with better information when they respond to those calls. One caveat would be when we receive the type of call that is absent of the information we need to really provide great background to these responders, and that's our trouble unknown or unknown trouble call type. That usually happens when we get very little information. So in one of the instances that we reviewed during SERB, it did come in as an unknown trouble. In those instances, we are providing some training to help people identify areas of concern so that we can go outside of our ECBD, which is our criteria-based call dispatching, and ask those questions which we may need to provide that information to those officers. So unknown trouble isn't used all the time, but it is a contingency and can result in having less information. The other thing that we're really excited about, and we're going to talk about in the next slide just a little bit more, is that we have just provided training for options that when we receive a call where we know there's a behavioral nexus, there are some alternative responses that can be had if there is not any type of violence or weapons involved in that call. So we'll talk about that in just a second. We're also providing the refresher training as we receive additional mental health resources, substance issue resources. That continues to be provided to all of our call takers so that they remain current on anything that is upcoming in our industry. Next slide, please. So finally, the one recommendation that we were asked to talk about today is whether or not we have crisis center staff in PSCD. We had crisis center staff on site where we could do some direct transfer calls when we receive that type of call where a police response may not be needed, but we did want to provide mental health services. Due to COVID, unfortunately, those individuals were no longer in our facility. We have now established a direct transfer line just within the past several months to be able to reestablish that connection. Although they're off-site, they are still currently partnering with us. And it's our belief that based on the conversations we've had with that team, that they will probably work remotely until April of this upcoming year. But we are building in the capacity when we talk about our remodel to make sure that we have that space for them, because we very hopeful that partnership will be reestablished in person. Although we do think that the workaround that we have right now with the transfer is doing well, serving our purpose well. And just to touch back on something that I said a little earlier about our call taking, in the years preceding the implementation of ECBD, which was last November, we did partner with TPD and TFD to look at our criteria-based dispatching and review all the event types to make sure that our questioning was very cohesive among those public safety partners. So I know that Chief Magnus mentioned that that's something we will do in the future, and we have done that successfully in the past, so I'm excited to engage with our public safety partners on that. And that's really all I have to say as well, but I'm open to any questions right now.
Thank you, Jamie. I think what we'll do is we will look at the recommendations that go beyond TPD, TFD, or public safety communications that are recommended for our body, for the mayor and council to consider, and that need additional discussion that I don't think we're going to be able to have the time to make any decisions at this point, or maybe we will, but need careful consideration and planning. And I'd like to invite John or Mike as guiding this process and helping the Sentinel Event Review Board creating these recommendations for City Council. If you could speak to them, I would appreciate it.
Sure, Mayor. This is John Holloway. I'll I guess take a stab at it. I mean, I think one of the kind of mantras that we use when we're trying to design solutions is we're trying to change the environment in which decisions are made, and understand that the first responders that we have and the dispatchers that we have, they're responding in a particular environment. They don't have the benefit of a lot of time to think about it. They've already been trained, and training is a useful thing to focus on, but we're really trying to do things that change the whole atmosphere and environment in which they're making decisions. If I could take a real world example that is much lower stakes, I don't know about the other people on this call, but I used to leave my ATM card in an ATM machine like once a quarter. And it wasn't that I didn't know how to use an ATM machine. It wasn't that I hadn't been trained, and it wasn't that I wanted to have the inconvenience of losing my card. It was that it wasn't really what I was focused on, right? What I was focused on was getting my cash and whatever else was going on in my mind, and I would invariably sort of walk away from my card, and then the machine would eat it, and then it was a big problem, right? And I don't know about you, but that hasn't happened to me in several years. And the reason is that people changed the way ATM machines work so that now you have to take your card back before they give you the money. So they've changed the environment in which I'm making a decision, in essence, to make sure that I'm making the right decision for me and I'm protected from a sort of autonomic system mistake. And so something like encouraging and publicizing the use of a separate telephone line is a way of helping the person who initiates the call for assistance to sort of say, hey, I don't think this is a call that necessarily needs armed police to be the priority. I think the priority should be around care, critical care, behavioral care, mental health care for the person that I'm calling in for. That still needs to be coordinated with police, in my personal opinion, because those events often do have the risk of violence, and either for the people involved or for the first responders, we obviously need to deal with that. But we were looking for a way to sort of change the environment and have a message from the person asking for help into the system that allows the people responding to the system to understand how it's being characterized for them, and to kind of remove one variable or maybe add more information in depth around the way they're responding. And then obviously the Crisis Response Center, I mean, I think it was, we were fortunate to have critical care, both a critical care nurse and a critical care physician as part of our group. And so, as Mike Scott said, making sure you've got qualified experts to help with the recommendations. And this was something that they and the group really thought was important, which was to make sure that we were dealing with the sort of public health challenges presented by drug abuse and are sort of not things that we always are asking our police to be able to handle with the same amount of training that these critical care professionals get. So how can we add that depth and add that support to the responders? Mike, did I miss anything there?
Well, one of the issues that I raised, and I know I think it's one that is uniquely suited for city councils and mayors, elected officials to consider, is how we create the best possible triage for incoming requests from citizens. And anyone who has worked some time in an emergency communications center understands that all kinds of requests come in, from the trivial to the not even relevant to government work to the life-threatening emergencies. And we ask a tremendous amount of our civilian call takers to quickly and accurately diagnose the nature of the requests they're receiving and make a very quick judgment as to who best ought to be sent out in the field or whether it needs an immediate response. And I don't want to pretend that I have an immediate answer to this, but historically, the emergency communications call screening function began to be civilianized back in the 1970s, early 1980s. And it was primarily done for cost savings to governments. The thought was we could hire a call screener at a lesser salary than we would have to pay a police officer, a paramedic, etc. And so I'm just encouraging some fresh thinking about this, such that we can at least get in some way into the communications center a more robust body of expertise that is available to help those call screeners make the right judgment. One other just observation about alternative phone numbers is that their 7-digit numbers are easy to forget. And that often leads, when people can't remember what number to call, they call 911. It is the one that is easy to remember. So a number of cities, beginning with the city of Baltimore about 2 decades ago, created 311 as an alternative non-emergency number for government requests that are not emergencies. I would encourage Tucson to give some thought to that option. The same issue will apply. You also need to have at least some qualified expertise that could recognize sometimes people call non-emergency lines for real emergencies. So you have to have that ability to quickly switch back as well.
Thank you, John and Michael, for all of the work. And I'd like to thank Chief Magnus as well as Chief Ryan and Director O'Leary for their presentation. To Mike and John, the mayor and council have approved and moved forward with a community safety pilot program that the recommendations that we've seen, especially these last ones, are that we're trying to institute those recommendations, because I too agree, that we put a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of police officers. They become social workers, they've become mental health and behavioral health experts, and we need to make the responsibility of community and public safety not just a Tucson Police Department responsibility. It is the responsibility of City Council, Mayor and Council, as well as every single department within our city to be able to offer community safety. And so we've started down the path of exploring the possibilities of a 311 system. We've been talking about this possibility for some years now, and we want to make sure that we make it happen. We want to be able to have the expertise of social workers, clinical experts, that are experts in mental health. So these recommendations that are bigger are something that we are exploring already and in the process of working with TPD, TFD, Public Safety Communications, Housing Community Development, and the city manager's office on. So I have an initial question, and then I'll open it up for my colleagues on the council. Reading the SERB report, there were some issues in terms of using a spit socks. And it's something that Chief Magnus has talked to me and to the council about before. What protocols does TPD have in place with regard to the use of spit socks? And has TPD considered banning the use of, at least in persons that are going through a heightened mental state? I know that that in the report, the SERB members talked about that it is not a physical, restraint, that even using spit socks that you can breathe, the person can breathe, but someone going through excited delirium, it is much more of a mental issue. And I saw that on the report. Chief Magnus, is there any progress in that was discussed during the search process?
Yes, Madam Mayor, this actually has been discussed, and we appreciate exactly what you're saying. I'm going to, again, it feels like a lot of things are falling on Chief Kazmierzak because his bureau covers so many of these issues, but I'm going to ask him to just tell you briefly what we're doing about that.
Yeah, this and a few other of the recommendations around equipment for the police department have really caused us to, like I said earlier, rethink what we're doing. The spit sock, as you pointed out, Madam Mayor, it has both psychological and I think an optic issue. And so what we've done is we've identified an alternative solution. Instead of the spit sock, we're going to use the spit shields that you're seeing, those clear plastic shields that you see in the grocery stores, the medical staff in hospitals and whatnot are wearing them. We're going to replace the spit sock with the spit shield. So in instances where officers would have used the spit sock in the past, we are going to give them the spit shield. Unfortunately, as you can imagine, with COVID and all of the challenges with supply chains these days, those have been a little bit hard to get a hold of. As soon as we get them, and we're expecting them either within this week or next week, as soon as we get those in place, we are going to issue those to the officers. The policy is ready to go to prohibit the use of the spit sock and to require the use of the spit shield. And then in addition to that, we are going to ask the officers that if that spit shield can't be donned or for some reason it gets knocked off, that they should also be donning their own personal protective equipment through face coverings, gloves, and glasses.
Thank you so much. I did see the hand of Councilmember Fimbres up. Councilmember?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the training that you're talking about, Chief Magnus, can you go and embellish a little bit more what kind of training you're providing? Is that just on the delirium issue, or is that other things? And when are you doing it? Just in the academy, or is this in service training, or what are you doing?
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, Madam Mayor. The training, it has to be comprehensive. This is, of course, the challenge that we face is that you can't just do training in basic police academy for new recruits and think you're one and done. And this is one of the reasons why we have really a pretty comprehensive advanced officer training program that provides for training for all of our personnel, regardless of how long they've been on the job as officers, every year throughout their career. And it gives us an opportunity to brush up on some of the things maybe that they've learned before, but need a refresher on now. Some of the things that we're updating. So for example, excited delirium is something that we train on in the basic academy, but then we come back to it as part of advanced officer training, and we have a chance to cover new information, new opportunities for scenarios that might involve that. Am I right on the right track here?
Yeah. Adult learning requires multiple exposures to training material for it to set in. So we really do follow an adult learning practice here in the police department, and as the chief pointed out, just hitting something once is not sufficient. So Kevin Hall, Assistant Chief Hall, his folks already went through earlier this year. The patrol services folks already earlier this year went through refresher training on many of the points that you pointed out. But now with this November roadshow, we have dissected the Carlos Ingram Lopez case from a training perspective, taking into account the SERB recommendations, and are using that as the framework for basically a start to finish analysis of that call for service and how the officers handled that and the actions they took and the equipment they used, et cetera, to refresh literally almost every point that we have an opportunity to, whether it was the lack of communication with the NANA on the front end, the incident command protocols that were put into place or not put into place, our interactions with the fire department, de-escalation skills, a whole host of things, Councilmember Fimbres, are included in that training. And like I said, every officer on the police department is required to go through that. And it will really be a refresher of things that patrol services already went through as a result of these cases earlier in the year, and a refresher of many of the concepts, as we pointed out in SERB, that they're taught from day one in the police academy.
So we're also talking about in-service training that all the officers that are on patrol or in service on the field will get this training, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How about fire guys, Chief Ryan?
Working to unmute. Councilmember Fimbres, Honorable Mayor, members of council, it's very similar to what Chief Kazmierzak was saying with respect to the fire department. Our personnel we do quarterly CEs, continuing education, where personnel go out to the training academy for a variety of different sessions for that quarter set up by our training division. We also have an online learning platform known as Target Solutions, which we use, which touches every person in the department, every commissioned member, and tracks their training as well. So we follow who has completed the training modules. And we rely on our training division to populate the Target Solutions and the quarterly CE with relevant trainings. And certainly some of the matters that are addressed here and the SERB recommendations will be part of that going forward, and actually have already been included.
So thank you, Chief. Now I have a question for the communications director, Mrs. Director O'Leary. The 911, you said you had 26 dispatchers that are bilingual?
Councilman Fimbres, we have 26 call takers who are bilingual. So they would be the people who are receiving the call for service.
Okay, and how many shifts do you have? 2 or 3 shifts?
We have 5 shifts.
And they're all representative on all the shifts, so we have coverage there for bilingual?
That's actually a challenge, and one of the challenges that we are working through right now. So our employees can bid for their shifts based on their seniority. There is the potential to visit with our bargaining unit, CWA, to discuss what that would look like to distribute people throughout the shifts who do have the bilingual capacity. However, I can tell you that that is definitely a challenge to work through that may be perceived by employees as a punishment, because they would be going to a shift they wouldn't normally go to based on their seniority. So it is something we're discussing and working through on our end, knowing that they are not equally distributed at this time.
Well, when you have academies, don't you hire for specific shifts?
No, we do not.
We need to look at this, because there needs to be coverage on all the shifts. When monolingual people call in, they got to feel comfortable and understand what their call is what they're being responded to. That's critical, I think. You're the first point of that critical information being put out there. I think we need to look at that. Mr. City Manager, we need to look at this and make sure that we're addressing that issue. And I think we have specialty pay for bilingual dispatch or
yes,
talkers.
We do have specialty pay, and I just want to make sure that I'm really clear, because I don't think I was. So when we hire to fill our vacancies, and then when we do shift bidding, we make sure that we have the correct number of people to process emergency calls on all of our respective shifts. However, those individuals that are bilingual are not our primary source of translation. We do use the language line as our primary source. It's a certified contractual agreement that we have through city procurement. So I just want to make sure that it is very clear that we do have that service available on all shifts at all times. But as a redundancy, we are looking at having a distribution of our bilingual call takers available.
Okay, and then the training that the police department and the fire department are also getting, are your dispatchers getting it to be in tune with what is happening within the department so they know how to respond to calls?
Yes, Councilman. Just to give you a very brief history, prior to our consolidation, all of our police call takers had the 8-hour mental health training. I will say that consolidation has caused us to reevaluate. Now that our call takers are cross-trained, that will be delivered to all of our fire call takers as well. And we have quite a few individuals here who have the 40-hour crisis intervention or CIT that you heard Chief Magnus reference earlier. We're looking at expanding that as well. We have a version that we have created from that 40-hour specifically for telecommunicators that pulls out exactly what they need to know, and it is in concert with what TPD would be receiving.
Thank you. Thank you. And I want to thank all the 3 agencies that really work, because this is very critical issues, and you're your first stop for somebody that's in crisis and needs some help. And I want to thank the first responders, and our police are always, and our fire guys are asked to be more than just firemen and police officers. A lot of times they're social workers, they're doctors, they're nurses to evaluate and assess certain issues. So, and the dispatchers are very critical in giving them the right message to what they need. So thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any other questions from my colleagues on the council? So, in reading the SERB report on the Damien Alvarado case, oh, there's Steve. On the Damien Alvarado case, one of the issues was that when TFD was called, TFD really waited and kind of got the cue from TPD whether Mr. Alvarado should be taken to a hospital. And so for my question is, do we have any written protocols at Tucson Fire Department in place to ensure that the health of the individual is prioritized over transportation to jail? Is that written? Is that something that we have written at TFD?
Madam Mayor, if I may, yes. Our administrative guidelines, I did reference those when I was going through the slides. I know I was speaking quickly. Our administrative guidelines define when a person becomes a patient. And there are statutory and ADHS regulations on our providers who are licensed through ADHS for patient care. Once they go, quote unquote, hands-on, then they are responsible for that patient. So that's a communication and collaboration piece also as between the law enforcement officers on scene as well as our personnel to have common understanding of what that looks like for fire personnel, as well as what it looks like for law enforcement officers with respect to a detainee or an arrestee. And that's part of that training conversation that I think takes place. And I think 99.9% of the time it works itself out on the scene. And perhaps this may have been just an incident where it didn't. And that's why we're here, obviously, and learning from it. So hopefully that answers your question. The very short answer is yes, those guidelines are in place in our department.
Chief Magnus?
Madam Mayor, members of council, just to, I know your time is short, so we want you to know that all of the recommendations and the progress related to them will be posted on our website. This will cover not only the work that the police department is doing, but also the work that is being accomplished by fire and the public safety communications department. So that will be available for council members and any other member of the public to look at. They can see where we're at on some of these recommendations. As I said, some are likely to take longer than others, but I think you'll see that progress is being made on all of them. And I just wanted to make sure that members were aware of that.
Thank you, Chief Magnus. Appreciate it. I did see the hand of Steve.
Yep, thanks. First of all, to Michael and John. I think it's a great report. It was 75 pages of some really important stuff. I thought a couple of comments right up front in your executive summary. I wanted to recognize where the members of the SERB recognize the difficult work that members of TPD and the fire department do every day. I'd add the 911 call takers and call workers to that as well, talking about the dangerous and challenging environments forced to make difficult decisions on the fly that may change in moment to moment. So I wanted to join SERB in expressing that. In addition, you mentioned that the members of the SERB, some of whom are TPD and TFD members, acknowledged right up front, they made an assumption of the presence of systemic racism rather than just debate its existence. And I thought that showed integrity, took some guts, and appreciate that recognition up front by all the members of the people on the committee who are participating in this program. One of your, I guess you called them fishbone diagrams, that caught my attention was the one on Mr. Ingram Lopez's situation, and in the second and third, the leadership and the people, both of them mention an arrest mentality above an assist mentality. Many of you have already spoken to training and why that's so key in getting that mindset to dealing with the needs of the person initially, once the situation is stabilized. I'm kind of rushing through this because I know we're running long. Page 20 on the 911 center, the inability of the call taker who had been on the job for 3 months to effectively communicate with a grandmother led to a dispatcher calling it an unknown trouble. May have colored the impressions of the responding officers. That again highlights that the information coming from 911 to TPD and TFD is so critical. And I continue to believe that we undervalue the importance financially of the people who work out of that 911 center. On page 23, you have some recommendations for the 911 center. Jamie already answered one. They ensure that 911 call takers speak conversational Spanish or have that interpretation instantly available. Make sure the call takers know that's instantly available, because evidently this one didn't. It also recommends multiple language translation cards. Not sure what those would be if the call taker doesn't speak Spanish. I mean, that seems like that would be kind of a clunky way to work through a conversation. And then develop more robust list of questions for the operators to ask the callers. And again, knowing that this is, having been down there and worn the headsets and listened, these being on the fly, it's a tough job, but that's really an important recommendation as well, so that the officers responding, whether it's fire or police, have updated information when they arrive on the scene. One of them on page 35, investigating equipment used by other departments to replace the tarp. That's that restraint. I wasn't familiar with it before reading this. That's that restraint that you call hog tying in here. I guess this is for Chris or Eric. Have you learned what other restraint methods are available, and is that a part of the protocol you're going through in terms of training?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Kozaczek, thank you for that question. Yeah, we have done an exploration of the TARP. There was some conversation specifically about LAPD's procedures. LAPD uses the same TARP restraint that we do, and a couple of years back there was an article in the paper about them outlawing the TARP. They in fact just outlawed the use of the hog tying procedure, which is essentially you restrain the person's legs and then you bring the strap up to the handcuffs and pull it tighter so that they're sort of in this awkward position. We have also done that. We've gone to that length to outline the use of the TARP restraint in that hog tying mechanism. And we are right now waiting for delivery of 40 new wrap restraints that are going to replace the TARP, hopefully. If the field trials of those are effective, They are more effective, and there's no opportunity to use them in that sort of hog tying mechanism that is that's widely outlawed now. So yes, we have looked at that. We have modified our procedures, and we're looking at new equipment.
Okay, and the mayor already mentioned the issue on the spit socks, so that I'm glad that she asked that. Page 38, both TFD and TPD protocols should be clearly written to indicate that from the moment the fire personnel begin attending to an individual, that person is under the fire's custody, placing the issues of health as a priority. Chief Ryan just addressed this, but this isn't a new policy. Again, back to the training and making sure everybody in the field understands when the paramedics show up and they go hands-on, it's a patient, and their health issues take priority over anything else that's going on. Is that the understanding now for both of the agencies?
That's right. Councilmember Kozachik, Honorable Mayor, members of council, it is our understanding, and you made reference a little earlier to something that's really very important to us, which is this notion of getting away from arrest as the solution to every problem. This is as much a cultural issue as it is a training issue in policing, and it's something we're doing our best to address head on. Chief Hall over the Policing Bureau has really, I think, made tremendous strides in getting his folks in the field to look at what alternatives to arrest are out there, and the idea that we should be recognizing those and rewarding those, not just rewarding arrest or seeing arrest as the best outcome or even a desirable outcome in certain circumstances, like when someone's medical needs should be placed ahead of that. So this is definitely something that we're going to continue to work on, and we appreciate how important it is.
Okay, only a couple more and I'm done. Page 41, this one really hit home with me. Hierarchical decision making. It says in your report, Michael and John, this can lead to situations where subordinates who've accurately identified risks may refrain from clearly identifying them to superiors. It's the lieutenant's call notion. Now, this one particularly bothers me. Employees have got to have the liberty to speak up respectfully without fear of retaliation. And while it may ultimately be, quote, the lieutenant's call, consultation, collaboration, and any scene like that is going to lead to better outcomes. And I understand that, both of the agencies have, ranks and, this real formal hierarchical chain of command. But that one really hit home with me, because it doesn't matter where you are on the food chain. You got to have the liberty to speak up and say, hey, Captain, let's consider this. And that I just hope that permeates the culture of both agencies as well, in addition to the 911 center, but primarily to the folks who are out on the street. And my final point, and then I'll stop, is on page 57. The report says it's also important to acknowledge that the police officers and medics that participated in and were present for these tragedies have participated in a traumatic event for all involved, and the community must include them in their duty of care. That's an important point. What duty of care have we offered to everybody on our team who was involved in that, both from police and fire, in both of those incidents? And then I'm done.
Councilmember Kozachik, Honorable Mayor, members of council. First, to your point of the issue of hierarchy, this, of course, you're so right, in a police department is a challenge because people are used to the idea of a chain of command. But let me assure you, this is something that is really changing. We are encouraging people to bring issues up without fear of retaliation and recognizing that they're part of a larger team where we have to share information with each other. And quite honestly, in the Office of Professional Standards, for example, I think we have a climate where that is very common, where people talk really very candidly with each other regardless of rank. I think in the situation the Carlos Ingram Lopez case in the video. I think some of that may have been a result of having new people in that unit and more a matter of newness than so much a matter of fear of sharing with each other. But nonetheless, that's something that is very important to us, and we are continuing to work on making that kind of an environment something that, you know, where people can share with each other throughout the department. The last issue, remind me again.
Duty of care.
Duty of care for, very critically important. We are so fortunate in our department that we have a behavioral sciences unit, BSU, with a psychologist who can work with members of the department without that coming to the attention of anybody at an administrative level. There's absolute confidentiality, and we really encourage officers to get assistance. We have supervisors that encourage them to get assistance after traumatic events. We have other trained members of that unit who specifically reach out to members of the department after critical incidents. One of the things, though, that I would acknowledge is I think this really needs to be expanded for members of the communications center. I think sometimes we forget that by being involved in some of these calls and talking to people in crisis, they themselves take on some of that trauma, and over time that accumulates. So we are certainly willing to work with them going forward in terms of offering up some of our services. And maybe that's something that we have to look at as a larger public safety group. Perhaps we need more assistance along those lines so we can assure that those resources are available to everyone who needs them in a timely way.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Steve. Yeah, no, this report is an absolute must read for all of us, for the community as well. It talks about post-incident managerial and investigatory practices. It talks about systemic racism and what type of how it contributed to the event. It is a very important read. My interest is to continue with the recommendations made in this report and for the city of Tucson Mayor and Council to continue establishing and creating the recommendations that we have in front of us as something that we practice. So I want to give everyone thanks, especially Mr. Holloway and Mr. Scott, for their incredible work and their assistance with us and bringing their expertise to the table, as well as each and every participant from the community, as well as Tucson Police Department, Tucson Fire Department, and Public Safety Communications, including the facilitator that helped facilitate this event, this report. Really appreciate everyone. I think that we need to move on to our next item, but I don't think this conversation is complete. I believe we can continue discussing what steps we need to continue taking, what training we need to do, and what services we must provide to our community, but also to our departments. What are the needs of the departments that provide safety to our community? So with that, thank you again, John. Thank you, Michael. And thanks to the departments that presented today. Appreciate the time, the investment, and we must continue this conversation for the benefit of our community. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So with that, we will continue on to the items on the agenda as we had scheduled them. We will leave the study session and go into executive session. So Mr. Clerk, items 1 is an executive session. Can you please read the title?
Yes, Your Honor. The executive session is noticed as item 1, executive session, Ingram versus City of Tucson, Pima County Superior Court case number C20204287, and Lizarraga versus City of Tucson et al. Notice of claim number 27800-1. It is being held pursuant to ARS section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
May I have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Let's, we leave this meeting and then go into our executive session meeting. And those of you that are not joining us in executive session could either take a break or remain in this meeting. Thank you.
Second.
There is a motion and a second to return to study. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mike Rankin?
Mr. Rankin?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I would ask for a motion under which the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session.
So moved.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Item 3. Time has been set aside for an update on the COVID-19 emergency, as I usually like to do, and describe to you all how we will direct the discussion. I just want to make sure that we thank the community for continuing to take the COVID-19 pandemic seriously. It is a very serious pandemic. We have seen it throughout the world and have gone through the worst here in Arizona during the summer months. But I do want to remind the community that numbers are going up throughout Arizona, and that is including in Pima County. The most important thing that we can do to protect each other is wear a face mask, a face covering, and follow CDC guidelines and the recommendations of the CDC to physically distance, wash your hands, and try and limit your outings in the community to those that are absolutely necessary for you and your family to be able to be safe and healthy in your home. I do want to remind the community that we do have free City of Tucson testing with the help and in partnership of Pima County Health Department. We do have El Pueblo Activity Center located on Irvington and South 6th Avenue, and Udall Recreation Center. Through the end of October, Udall had tested more than 12,500 people, and El Pueblo had tested 1,600 people in the community. There are other sites of free COVID-19 testing offered by Pima County Health Department, including the Kino Event Center, which they're doing a fabulous job on. So with that, we will be discussing the community continuity update given by Mr. Ortega, and we will be discussing IT and the investment that the mayor and council voted on to invest on Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi for our community. Then we are going to talk a little bit more in terms of numbers regarding testing, and there will be an update on CARES. So with that, Mr. Ortega, please start us off.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you, and members of the council. I will just very quickly, I know we're running behind, go through the financial memorandum. I'm looking for 3 pieces of direction. The first is you had previously allocated $1 million for elderly and homeless programming. I need some direction on our partner agency. I am recommending that the council consider the Community Foundation of Southern Arizona. The other option is the Pima Council on Aging. So I would like some direction on that, Mayor and members of the council.
Can you clarify, Mr. Ortega, what exactly this is?
Sure, Mayor. These were this was the money that was allocated for the elder and homeless programming, homelessness program. I'm not sure if that gives you enough or you want to go into more. This was previously given to us as direction. I believe it was at least 2 meetings ago. And we're just looking for who the partner agency is the council would like us to utilize.
Can we discuss this on the 17th? Because I'm not remembering what the what exactly you're talking about, and you didn't discuss this in your memo. So I'm not too sure. I'm caught off guard a little bit. Councilmember Fibres?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I think maybe we should push, is there a time frame to this, Michael?
Mayor, members of the council, and Councilmember Fumdas, the time frame on this is just trying to get the dollars out within the constraints of the schedule. What I can do is brief you all on that, make sure that we have that outlined and ready to go, so that on the 17th we can get moving with whoever the partner agency is. So it's the partner agency is who I'm really looking for today.
I'm looking, how about ICS, who's doing rental and utilities assistance also, which is a big need right now, and also food services.
You know, I just want to make sure that we are making informed decisions, and some of the partner agencies, I believe we have to ask before we assign dollars to, because they have to feel comfortable with the time frame and how they, put out the money. So I think it'd be good to, as we had previously discussed, to make any final recommendations on the 17th of November.
Okay, Mayor, I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
On the second one, and certainly we can have a conversation around this one. This is on the $500,000 for childcare. This is on the agenda for this evening. There were two pieces to that. One is the amount per child, which is recommended by the agency at $2,275. The agency, Catholic Community Services, will determine the economic hardship per application. So I wanted to make sure that you were aware of that. That is not included in the language in the materials for this evening. It's on the agenda, but I wanted to make sure you knew that was still a piece that needs to be added to that. Then the third one is the $382,000 for the outreach and communications program. Mary, you had asked that come back to you. I've provided in the memorandum a breakdown of $121,000. It's about $122,000 that has been expended for outreach to date, leaving $260,000. My recommendation is for the council to approve the $122,000 that we've expended for the MASCA programs, leaving the $260,000 in that, we'll just say in that budget for now. And then as time goes on, if we need to do more, we certainly will bring that back to you for consideration. That's all, Mayor, on that. Happy to answer questions. We gave you a pretty exhaustive memo. Happy to answer questions from you or the council.
No problem. I want to make sure that we have time for the IT presentation, Mr. Ortega. So can we start on the IT presentation with Colin and you, and then open it up for questions or discussion?
Sure. So with that, Mayor, one of the items, members of the council, that you had asked me to look at was the Wi-Fi and connectivity project. You'd allocated dollars. We've talked about that a couple of times. I've got Colin Boyce, our IT director, online. He's going to give a very brief overview of where we are in terms of status, and then we'll open it up to questions as you see fit, Mayor. So with that, Colin, if you can go ahead and get started with your presentation.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me, Mayor of the Council. I will be assuming control to show a slide deck, if that's okay.
Yes, go ahead, Colin.
Thank you. Sorry.
Go ahead, Colin.
Yeah, I'm bad luck, right? As soon as I go to present, something happens. I will disconnect and reconnect back in 30 seconds. I'm sorry.
That's okay, don't worry.
It's IT, I'm telling you.
That gives Vice Mayor Cunningham some cover there, so.
We have to make sure Colin has good Wi-Fi over there.
What's going on? Did he just freeze?
He's reconnecting. He'll be back in a bit.
So, Mike, is this the product he's asking us to agree to?
Actually, if he had the product,
Okay.
it would work.
He's out here in Ward 4 with me too, just for the record. Exhibit A.
Can we cover something else while we're waiting for Colin? Any more discussion?
Mayor, I can go over the testing really quick while Colin's coming back. That'll save us a little bit of time, if that's okay with you. Is that all right? Okay. So Mayor, members of the council, on testing, we have over 12,500 at Udall thus far, 1,600 at El Pueblo. We have tested 369 employees voluntarily. We've had 23 of those tests positive. We've had 211 family members of employees that have tested. And the one thing to note, and I do have this info and I'll share this with you after the meeting, we have seen an increase, a percentage increase of about 5.8% in our employees testing positive. So, Mayor, going back to the point that you made, I think it's important that folks continue to do the social distancing and the mask wearing, et cetera. Also wanted to point out in my memorandum regarding the financials, I do recommend that we keep, you had originally allocated $3.5 million for the testing, and we still have about $1.3 million left. I am recommending we hold on to that for a bit. Mayor, I know you've been partnering closely with the county, so that keeps us in the game, if you will, in case there are some areas that in our partnership with the county we identify as hotspots that we can then allocate dollars to. So I did want to point that out in terms of the testing dollars. I will also mention, Mayor and members of the council, that our slow streets or complete streets dollars that you had allocated, about 1.4 million. I did get a briefing on that from Director Alarcon. I have asked her to put together a quick briefing for you. She will do that here shortly. And you'll see that we've actually made some good progress on a lot of our slow street initiatives, and I'm very pleased with the progress we're making there. So we'll put something in writing, Mayor, so that you can see that and take a look at it. That's all I had on the COVID other than the Wi-Fi. So as soon as Colin's back on, then we can get to that.
Madam Mayor.
Just one question before I hand the mic over to you, Councilmember Fimbes. I just wanted to get some clarity from you about the CARES allocation, especially coming from the Mayor and Council strategic plan. What you have in page 3 of 5 on your memo is the allocation, the actual spent, projected, and then balances. Some of the actual spent seems very little. For example, you have rent in the rent and utility assistance program. We allocated it $8 million, yet the actual spent is about $66,000. Why is that? Is that because the nonprofits are not spending the amounts quick enough, or are we just not paying the invoices that we have in our inboxes, or what's happening?
Sure, Mayor. Thank you. It's a combination of accounting as well as making sure that we have those dollars available. I know that, and I do have a briefing here that I can share with you on all of them, including that one. I can tell you that we are sending a note out today or tomorrow, each of the nonprofits, to make sure that they understand we do have some timeframes and some deadlines for that. We've been assured that in all instances we should be $9 in a written.
Mr. Ortega, I don't know who out there doesn't, can you all put yourselves on mute if you are not speaking, please? Because I just heard a lot of noise that I couldn't hear you well, Mr. Ortega. You said you had a briefing on the expenditures and what has come in from nonprofits, all of that. Can you make sure that you share with the mayor and council? And I do see Joyce can put her camera up. I don't know, Joyce, if you wanted to add anything from on that.
No, Madam Mayor, actually, Mr. Ortega covered it. It is a timing issue within our accounting, and we are still looking for more information from our partner agencies.
Okay, all righty, because it's...
we are paying our bills. Just want you to know.
I'm glad to hear, because I just want to make sure that that money is going out to the community that needs them. So, alrighty, Ms. Councilmember Fimbres, I know you had your hand up, and then
thank you, Madam Mayor. Reference to community testing and better health. Mike, does that include flu shots? Are we providing flu shots also? And then have you seen a change in numbers for the city staff that are getting COVID tested? Has it shown an increase or decrease?
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, this does not include flu shots. The flu shots are under the county. We do have a program internally that we are administering as well, and encouraging employees to get their flu shot. And a quick shout out to you and the mayor for dragging me down. Shot, to get my flu shot. Didn't hurt one bit, didn't cry much.
You did pass out.
But extremely important, and Councilmember, I'm glad you mentioned that. That is a huge issue for us as a community. With regard to the second part of your question, you asked about the increase. We have seen a slight increase. We're at about 5.8% of the employee cases are positive, and so that's of concern. Those that are getting tested, and that's above what it had been. Previously, it hadn't been that high. It was much lower. And so we are seeing a little bit of an increase.
I'm just wondering also if we could provide flu shots to the KidCo program for some of our children that are utilizing the service.
Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, we'll explore that. I know that that's traditionally a Pima County run program, but we can certainly explore partnering with them to do something that could be of value, especially when we have those folks all in close proximity.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Steve?
I just wanted to share.
Wanted to check before you start. Want to check if Colin made it in safely into the meeting back again.
I did make it back.
Okay.
I will try to present whenever it's opportune.
Okay. Let's
30 seconds.
Steve. Yeah.
Last week, 2 weeks ago, President Robbins had sent John Dudas down to talk to us about the resolution we were considering for mandatory testing. He called it unconstitutional. Clemson, Boston University, SUNY, Illinois, and the Ivy League are doing it. Last Monday, President Robbins announced that the university is looking at a way to implement mandatory testing for all students, both on and off campus, when they return in January. So I would just say that somehow they figured out the constitutional issue and they will be doing that, which is a good thing, because right now the infectivity rate around Pima County is 1.7, which means that every person who's infected is infecting 1.7 more people. And as the mayor suggested a minute ago, it's going up.
And we didn't need a resolution to get that done, Councilmember Kozaczek. Colin, it's your space.
All right, I'm going to give this a shot again. And so, can everyone see my computer?
Yes, you can see it. Yes.
Perfect.
Yes.
It is working.
So, the goal is to provide a quick update to the community on where we're at with this important project. And so, once again, as a quick reminder, a lot of these items you would have seen before. So we gave the project a code name, Aeolus, and the idea is the basic goal that we're trying to do is provide connectivity to students that are underserved and impacted by COVID. We are also looking at general population that is also impacted by COVID. And the future is we want to be able to utilize this network to drive the city's smart city initiatives, consolidate from incumbent vendor DAT onto this new network so we are able for a cost avoidance as we start to deploy new smart city technology. So it's a win for the community and win for the city of Tucson. So the original scope and criteria was this long blurb, and I know everyone is familiar with it. There was a slight number correction. We were going to cover 11% of the populated area with the $5.1 million that was approved by council, and that was going to affect somewhere close to 10,000 households. We did a pivot in technology, and why we did a pivot in technology was we realized that we were able to have a broader impact with the program and better be able to leverage it for some smart city initiatives while keeping costs a little bit lower. Now, I'm going to show is going to be the areas that are going to be in red, but I'll come to that in a second. So the project timeline, recapitulation of where we were before, was we were going to start in the beginning of August and range into February, March in order to cover that 11.5% of the city. So this is what we expected. To the left is what we expected the coverage map to be. Phase 1 was going to be from now to December, covering 8.2% of the populated area of the city, roughly about 19 square miles. Phase 2 was going to go up to 27 square miles, 11.5%. And what we're able to do based on the pivot of technology we're doing is we're able to cover 133.8 square miles, which is 57% of the city. And it will allow us to have a broader impact on who we're able to help and also drive some of the smart city initiatives from being in small pockets, but we're now able to help across the board in the city, and it's not as exclusive as a product as far as location. So what do we look like from an expense perspective? Initially, we had $5.1 million, which is the budget amount, and we have overspent, so we're around $390,000. But that overspend is covered by an underspend in the telework arena, and because we had that underspend, we're actually budget neutral. So we are not asking council for additional money. We were able to save dollars in one place, and so we're borrowing from Peter, if you will, to give to Paul so that we can still drive this project into completion. As stated earlier, part of the reason why there was overspending was the cost per project, and then there was critical network upgrades that was required, which is somewhere around $815,000. Once again, don't need additional dollars. Those additional upgrades, we were able to cover it with the money that was generously provided by mayor and council over the tenure of this pandemic. So thank you all for your support. So one of the things that has come out often is what makes us different from the current ISPs. And what we're doing is we're building a purpose-built network specifically to help the most vulnerable citizens that are around us. And what we're doing with this network is we're implementing filtering. And the idea behind filtering is it's not the full internet you're going to get, right? We're going to filter out categories that we think are not suited for students. So for example, abused drugs, adult content, gambling, those types of things will not be available on our network, as well as we're not allowing a lot of entertainment type stuff. So Netflix and some other items are not going to be allowed. Now, once again, we understand that that may be an issue and we will take direction from council, but we figured this would be a good place to start. And as time progresses, this is not long-term policy because that's not dictated by IT. It's a short-term thing to get the network up and running and to make sure that it's purpose-built for what we anticipate it for. So the deployment. With the pivoted technology, it does require a device in the home. And I'm not sure if you all can still see me, but here is the device, and I will stop sharing for 30 seconds so I can show you the device that will be in the home. So this device would be the connection to the LTE network, and it will reside in someone's home. The nice part about it is it's rugged. It's metal. This one is my test unit. I've thrown it on the floor a couple of times. It's not broken. It's able to withstand quite a bit of damage. And the idea behind this is the school districts and a city agency has agreed to help with some partnership with getting the devices deployed. So how we're figuring out the deployment piece is we're looking at the school districts that have students in the city of Tucson, and we're meeting with the school districts after we get the blessing from council and mayor. But what we looked at is there's 96,000 students that are in the area. 51% of them are in Tucson Unified School District, 17 in Sunnyside, 14 in M5, 14 in Vail, and 6% in Flowing Wells. And since the initial deployment is going to be 5,000 devices, we took half of the devices, 2,500, and we're earmarking those to the school districts. So we're not going to give them all up front because we don't know if they need all of the devices up front. But the earmarked devices for Tucson Unified School District would be 1,275 devices, Sunnyside 425, M5 350, Vail 350, and Flowing Wells 100. So the obvious question is going to pop up. Well, underneath, you also have the city agency, which we're hoping to partner with HCD to do this. They will have 1,000 devices to take care of people who are elderly population who would need it, and for schools that are not part of the school districts. And then in IT, we're reserving 250 devices for breakage and testing type scenarios. So when you go back to the school districts, let's say the Flowing Wells school districts run through their 100 devices pretty quickly. We then have a phase 2 piece where they're able to get 1,250 devices is available to them, and it's a first come, first serve. So they can start to dip into that 1,250 devices in order. In order to continue the deployment if the need exists. Now, once again, purpose-driven network, the population of the city of Tucson is somewhere around 550,000. With 5,000 devices being deployed, we're below 1% by the end of the year. So we are helping people, but we are very strategic on the population we're helping. On the back end, we have to select providers in order to provide the network, and the internal team with the technical team and the procurement team worked with several vendors, and we asked some very specific questions. Have they done this type of network? Do they have references? Are they able to meet an aggressive timeline? Are they able to support the staff augmentation that we're going to need in IT? Because obviously supporting 5,000 users more is going to be a challenge. Could they handle a rolling deployment where we can turn up an area and have people deployed? Have they experience designing multiple wireless technologies, and what experience do they have securing these types of networks? And we were able to get with Insight and Gov Connections with the final selection criteria, and we had both of them stand up a proof of concept in the area, and we are now partnering with Insight as of yesterday, he signed the payments, smart metering, garbage recycling, flood detection, parking meters, pool and temperature monitoring, air pollution, forest fire detection, water quality checks, perimeter access control for buildings, smartphone detection and counting. So if we have clusters of people in places, we'll have an idea of how many, accident detection, smart parking, and noise monitoring. I have a few other slides that will pinpoint those technologies, but some of them are still in development. So my ask would be, can I come back to council at a later date to present what we can do as far as a technical expertise in conjunction with the departments in order to best meet the city's smart city needs.
Yes, Colin. Are you?
I'm sorry,
Colin, I'm sorry for interrupting. Are you moving forward? I just thought that you were going to break.
I am, and I was going to break the questions and answers.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. I really, I want to commend you for the great work at the pace that you're moving with this investment in the community. It's important to note that that this particular investment is absolutely 100% in reaction, and in our movement forward with this is specifically for students and families that are working from home. I know that we've all experienced dropping our internet and our children not being able to join class. It's important that we make this investment, and commend you for moving so quickly. And on top of that, your last slide about smart cities and getting us to a smart city technology approach is the icing on the cake, I believe. So with that, I'm going to open up for Councilmember Fimbres and see if anyone else is interested in commenting.
Thank you, Colin. The last time we talked to you, you were going to include Sunnyside School District. Are they working with you now on this project? Are they involved? And then the other thing, I have a question about other charter schools that are around. They're not part of the school districts, but they're part of this educational level, like Pep Tech and some of the other ones that are here. So can you shine a light on what you're doing with them? And also, what was the other question? Teachers, are teachers going to have to go through some specialized training, or affording the network for them? Thank you.
Sunnyside, we are meeting with Sunnyside this week coming, as well as all of these other school districts. And we understand there's a range of staffing and support options that are available. So we're asking them for what their commitment level is. And candidly, Amber Kerwin, John, Cece on the IAT team, Adam, Johnny, Gene, they have been amazing. So while I'm driving the direction of the project, we have some employees and members of the team that are really making this happen. So while I'm sitting in front of you and I'm getting the pat on my back, I have to say my team has been incredible. The schools that are not part of the school district and the technical schools, BASIS, any of those schools, they are welcome to go through the application process with HCD helping and partnering with IT on it. And so we have made an accommodation for schools that may be Christian schools or public schools that are charter schools. So yes, we are planning to help them. There was a third question, Councilmember Fimbres.
About teachers. And then the other new partner we have on the Ward 5 is JTED, who's opening up new buildings. So I'll have Kathy Prater get a hold of you and see what they can do to maybe get this message out. But the teachers
are not excluded from being able to participate in the program. We will welcome that. Of course, there's the criteria, and we have to make sure we have coverage in their area. So we welcome that. And last but not least, many of you may be aware that my wife is a physician in the area. And her agency is also hoping to be able to partner with the city of Tucson. They specialize in the elderly population in the area. And their goal is there's many people that are doing doctor's appointments and they have to drive in to do that, putting themselves at risk. So we have a lot of partners that are coming to us in the community, and we're going to try our best to be able to accommodate that based on what council and mayor believes is good policy.
Councilmember Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say to Colin that you guys have done a great job, and to your team as well. I know that, to my knowledge, this type of project hasn't been done before at a city level that I'm aware of. So I just want to commend you guys for your innovation and quickly identifying the pivot that you needed to make and going down that path. So I don't have any questions. I just really wanted to give you guys a big pat on the back again for such a great job around innovation. And I'm excited to get people connected and people start realizing the value of all the work that you guys have put in. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lee. I know that you, of all of us on this bunch on the council, understands the value of investing in community Wi-Fi and how exciting the smart city, getting closer to a smart city technology is. So I appreciate it. And just in the interest of time, let's make sure that we move forward. See Steve's hand up. Anyone else? Go ahead, Steve.
Just calling the elephant in the room is the impact that we've heard from with respect to Cox and some of the other third-party providers. Can you just speak to how you've addressed that successfully?
So I think that's a partnership, and we're meeting with all of the service providers. I believe there's two that have concerns with it, and we're going to try to address the concerns.
Colin, if I may, let me throw it over to the city manager, because that's much more of a city manager question. Mr. Ortega?
Mayor, thank you. Councilman Kozacek, we have a meeting with the stakeholders next week. One of the pieces, and we have met with our partners at Cox, they have expressed some of the concerns you mentioned. I believe that we are not in competition with them, as Colin has outlined, in terms of the service that we're going to provide. He's actually narrowed the scope very tightly. We will update all of the partners, not just the folks from Cox. I believe it's Monday or Tuesday of next week, and I'll give you a report after that meeting.
Alrighty. Anything else you want to close off with, Mr. Ortega?
Yes, Mayor, if I could, I need some direction from you on the 122,000 that's been expended for the mask up events. That was part of the 382, and also the $2,275 cap per child. That's part of the agreement that's on the agenda for this evening. If you're okay with the second part of that, we'll read that into the record as a part of that item. But I did want to make sure that you gave me direction on that. I can bring the $1 million detail back to you on the 17th if you like. That was something you had previously given me some direction, and I was just looking for the partner agency. That's all on that one. So, Mayor, if I could just get direction on that, I'd sure appreciate that.
Absolutely. Can I have a motion from my colleagues on the floor?
So move. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. All
Mayor,
those in favor?
Mayor, just a clarification. Just want to make sure. Does that include bringing back the $1 million conversation for the elder and homeless on the 17th?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. To make sure we're clear on that. Okay. Thank you.
So there is a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. I do see Colin's hand up. Colin?
So I wanted to end with one more thing. For those that are unaware, I'm on the city's network. So the LTE network is live on the east side of town, and I am customer number 1 on it. So my entire presentation today was done from our wireless network.
Thank you, Colin. Really appreciate it. I believe the Vice Mayor has his hand up. Did you want to finish off, Paul?
Well, I just wanted to first thank Colin and Councilmember Lee for collaborating this last couple weeks with collaborating with me this last couple weeks about some of the holes in the IT process. And I also think that we in good faith are going to partner with the local stakeholders. I think there's a good medium there to deliver solid service delivery for all Tucson residents, and kind of keeping everything into balance. But we should be able to put some money back into our households' pockets too. So I think it's going to be a win-win all the way around. Second thing I wanted to do just on this item, not necessarily the IT piece, but the COVID piece, is I want to remind everybody to get tested every week if they can. If you've been exposed, if you've been in public, or you're just worried, if you feel a cough coming on, there's no reason to stop you from just getting that peace of mind to know whether or not you're positive, and whether or not you should self-isolate, or if you have a friend, same thing. We set these testing centers up for this purpose specifically. We set these testing places up so people could find out if they've contracted COVID-19 early in the process, which absolutely increases their chance of survival. So that's my weekly spiel about our COVID-19 item.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate it. Appreciate the presentation. And Mr. Manager, you're pretty much done with this item. Alrighty. Let's move on to item 5. Item 5 is a discussion on the TEP Kino DeMoss-Petrie transmission line project. This item has been requested by Councilmember Kozaczek. I just wanted to make sure that, again, outlined the conversation, understand the goals and objectives of this project. I took the liberty to invite Susan Gray, the President and Chief Operating Officer of TEP. She is with us today and submitted a 4-page PowerPoint that I'll invite her to present on. And then we also have Planning and Development Services at the ready to talk about what the City of Tucson is responsible in this particular project. So with that, Steve?
Sorry, couldn't find my mute. Thanks. This item and the next item both are really about protecting the aesthetics of our city. The question is, are we going to let utilities decide what that looks like? Or are we going to defend our visual environment? Let me give a quick background, and thank you for providing that PowerPoint. The very last slide in it shows the final alignment that's being proposed. The project is necessary. It's upgrading the service capacity from 46 kV to 138 kilovolts. They will interconnect 3 new substations. One at 36 in Kino Parkway. That's about 4.5 acres. Then they'll have another one called DeMoss-Petrie over at Grant and I-10. And then they'll put a third one in at the Banner UMC at the U of A. They're calling that U of A North. The new poles will be self-weathering steel. They'll be anywhere from 75 feet to 110 feet tall. They'll be taller in some locations and much greater circumference than what the existing poles are that you see around town. TEP's plan is to present the recommended route to a subcommittee of the Corporation Commission, the ACC, later this year. They won't be coming back to us for our special exemption discussion, which only relates to the U of A North site, until after the route is being looked at and reviewed by the siting committee at the ACC. They've been holding, as was shown in the PowerPoint, public meetings, and they've narrowed the route down to coming up the Kino-Campbell corridor. There is some discussion left for the northwest and south, northwest and south connections, but the main trunk is coming up the Kino corridor. I've participated in several of these meetings, observed them, and from watching, have come to my observation is that much of the public's input and their concerns have really not been given serious consideration. The elephant in this room is the undergrounding, and TEP has really rejected that out of hand. Our voice was shifted to after the route is effectively a done deal and is being considered by the siting committee. Realize this is a unique project. It's the first time that we're seeing such a significant piece of new construction that's going to affect dozens of neighborhoods ranging from the south side through Midtown and ending up on the northwest side. I would remind the council that the Kino-Campbell corridor was an area that we invested millions of dollars in not too long ago because it's a significant gateway into the city. It's the visitor's first impression. And what we agreed to, or what we would dip our oar in the water on, is going to impact this community for decades. My hope would be that TE slows down and allows for some of the concerns that have been voiced to really be vetted more appropriately. And here are some of those. First of all, private property values. TEP has said that their overhead lines will likely cause about a 10% drop in property values. I did a little research also. The Wall Street Journal confirms that in an article. It says it's about a 9% reduction. TEP has been before the ACC subcommittee, line setting subcommittee, and in 2018, that question actually came up, and I printed out a part of that transcript. Member Woodall is a member of that subcommittee. At the time, he asked TEP, he said, it's considerable that property owners would say their remaining property has been made less valuable and might want to claim damages due to a diminution in value, which are severance damages. He says that's conceivable, and Mr. Beck, representing TEP, says, oh, absolutely, yes. So all of the analyses that TEP has shared comparing the cost of the overhead lines and the undergrounding, they have never included the cost of property owners, loss of property value, and the cost of litigation in coming up with those cost projections. And so they're apples and oranges. In that same 2013 testimony of the subcommittee, they discussed getting rid of some existing utility poles. And this time the member was Member Hamway, and he was talking about an alternative within this proposal. And he said getting rid of utility poles that are currently in a schoolyard is a consideration. And again, Mr. Beck said, yes, so likely if we did anything, we'd have to underground the distribution lines. And that input that they got from the public was they don't want any more lines. They have heard that exact same thing on this project multiple times, and yet they have not concluded that undergrounding the distribution system is a possibility, and it really deserves more consideration. Another point that they haven't given serious discussion to is how these overhead lines might affect our consideration of future streetcar routes. I know our own staff has some concerns about that. Their objections really to undergrounding revolve around cost. Final reference to this subcommittee hearing back in 2013, they conceded that in order to get a project done, at times you have to go with a more expensive option. In this case, they were specifically talking about when this member of the subcommittee asked the question, when we're building, particularly in urban settings, you're bound to face all kinds of difficulties and constraints. Are you going to pick a more expensive route to sidestep these costs? And again, Mr. Beck said cost is a consideration for the company, but we always also realize that in order to get a project done, at times you have to go with a more expensive option. And if the commission or commission says to go with that, they'd of course do that. He also added that ultimately the impact on our customers is small because they have to allocate that over the entire rate base. They have undergrounded in Oro Valley. Tucson deserves that same consideration. When APS agreed to underground in Scottsdale, they considered the maintenance cost to be so insignificant that they didn't include them in their maintenance agreement. So my contention is that there are unanswered challenges related to the maintenance and the outages in this. They have to agree that the weather is the common cause of outages, and undergrounding certain sensitive segments may make absolute sense. I'd like to see the project set a trend for Tucson in undergrounding all the way from the Kino 36 substation throughout, but even segments has been rejected by TEP. And finally, I would say our next agenda item is about the small cell poles. It's time that TEP and all of our public utilities begin to beautify our city and stop assuming that they're doing us a favor by standing up these 115-foot poles in our rights of way. Start a new standard for this community. As it stands, the city's voice really has been truncated. That's the reason I asked for this study session, so that TEP can hear our concerns. I wanted the agenda item to invite this body to weigh in with TEP prior to them submitting a recommendation to the ACC, not just for the route, but for the whole question of undergrounding. And if that means they slow down, then they slow down and give these issues a deeper study. But what's approved today is going to have impacts on this community for decades. We have a new ACC. That pendulum swung last night. And I think this body needs to go on record, and I would hope that that record includes our desire for them to seriously consider and give strong analysis of the whole notion of undergrounding these utility poles, recognizing that the impact on ratepayers is pennies on the dollar. And that's what I have, Mayor.
All righty, Steve, thanks. I did invite Susan Gray to join us so that she can present the process and what the project is, the goals and objectives. And so is Susan available?
Honorable Mayor Romero, yes, I'm here. Thanks for inviting me here today.
All righty. And I know that you have a couple of slides. Do you need control or can our city clerk put them up? I think you submitted it for mayor and council to take a look.
Yeah, it'd be great if the clerk could show the slides and I can just ask them to advance as needed. Yeah.
Okay.
Just checking for time. Do I have time to walk through this full presentation?
Yes, you do. A little quickly, but you do have time.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this. So good afternoon to the Honorable Mayor and members of the council. I, again, appreciate being here today. Again, my name is Susan Gray. I'm the President and Chief Operating Officer of Tucson Electric Power. And I'd like to discuss this transmission line. I think that Councilmember Kozachek gave a great overview. And so I'll try to not repeat some of the things that he said. I think he just did a good job of describing the route and the impacted substations, and I will review that when we get to the map. So I just wanted to start by explaining the benefits, and Councilmember Kozachek, I appreciate that you recognize the need for this line, and so I'll just highlight a few things here. So really this plan, this project aligns with TEP's plans to meet current and future energy demand. At the same time, supporting a cleaner and greener energy grid, and that will allow us to more easily integrate renewable resources and technology. So some of the benefits we expect improved electric reliability. This infrastructure will strengthen the reliability for the homes and businesses in the study area because we're adding redundancy, and it allows us to deliver energy from more than one direction. So improved reliability means prevention of power outages and any inadequate voltage issues. And so increasing this electric capacity will help us avoid conditions that can damage equipment, cause outages, or low voltage for our customers. We also have some of our distribution feeders that are in this study area that have reached or are approaching their capacity limitations. This also allows us to provide service for our growing energy needs. This increased capacity will allow us to better serve our current customers through this study area, even during the summer months when we know that customers tend to use more electricity. And our peak demands have grown in our service territory by 9% since in the last 5 years. So this new infrastructure will help us meet both our current energy needs as well as the future. This also allows us to offset some replacements of aging infrastructure. We have a transformer, electric switchgear, and some other substation equipment that needs to be replaced within the next 5 years. And doing this project will allow us to bypass that replacement work. It will also allow us to retire at least 2 of our substations in the area. And lastly, this project provides support for the University of Arizona and the Banner University Medical Center. It allows us to accommodate their current and increasing energy demands. So if we could go to the next slide. We know that building a transmission line through the middle of town requires a lot of collaboration, and that needs to include all of our stakeholders in the community. So we've conducted an extensive public outreach process since last year. We've had several briefings with local public officials, 3 open houses, 6 community working groups meetings, and 2 stakeholder meetings. We've also included a Spanish offering, mentioning this on our public notices, as well as publishing it on our website in Spanish and offering a special voicemail line for Spanish speakers. So the chart on the right shows the nature of the 925 concerns that we've received to date. And you can see that the primary concerns are related to location, as Councilmember Kozachik mentioned. And then the next 2 highest are historic and underground, which are really subtopics, I would say, of location. So let's look at those proposed routes on the next slide. So we initially published the map on the left with several proposed routes for public comment and stakeholder feedback. And through the public process, we've reduced the number of proposed routes to the map you see on the right. These maps can be challenging to understand, so I'll walk you through it. So let's look at the map on the right, which shows our current revised routes for consideration. So we have 3 substations on the map. On the bottom right, you see Kino substation, which is near Kino and 36th Street. And then the planned UA North substation, which is directly north of Kino at the top, near the top of the map, which is just west of Banner UNC. And then DeMoss-Petrie sub near Grant and I-10. So the Kino and DeMoss-Petrie subs are existing, and the UA North is a planned sub addition. So on this map on the right, we show 5 routes. So routes 1 and 2 connect the Kino and UA North subs. Route 1 is along Kino and Route 2 starts on South Campbell. They both head north and merge at 22nd Street. They travel north on South Cherry Avenue, across the Union Pacific Railroad and East Aviation Highway, where they rejoin with Kino just north of 18th Street. Then they continue north on Campbell. Both routes 1 and 2 head west on Elm Street, North Ring Road, and East Chauncey Lane to connect to the planned UA North substation, which is located on North Ring Road, just west of the Banner Hospital parking garage. We only need 1 of these routes, so these are 2 options for the north-south section of the line. And then we have 3 options for connecting UA North and DeMoss-Petrie subs. So Route A heads north on Vine Avenue, then turns west at Grant to travel to the DeMoss-Petrie sub. Route B heads south on Vine, west through the alley rights-of-way to North Park Avenue, and then heads north on Park again to Grant Road where it heads west. And then lastly, Route D doubles back on Elm, Ring, and Chauncey, that section, and then heads north on Campbell and west on Grant Road to DMP. So if we could go to the last slide, just to wrap things up here. Offer, if you could go to the next step slide. There you go. So just to explain where we're headed from here. So we're finalizing our analysis, which includes all of this public comment, and we will select at least 3 routes, including one preferred route, which we will incorporate into our Certificate of Environmental Compatibility, or CEC, application. That application goes to a line siting committee, and they will review the application and make a recommendation to the Arizona Corporation Commission. At the same time, we're working through a process to gain approval from the city for a special exception land use permit for the planned UA North substation. And we have a neighborhood meeting for this on November 16th. And after that, we'll plan to file an application in December. So just to be clear, we won't proceed with construction on either the line or the substation until both are fully approved. And we expect to start construction on both in early 2022 with an in-service date of mid-2023. So just to touch on the undergrounding topic, there's certainly been a lot of discussion about this. TEP initiated an underground study that determined the cost to install this line underground is approximately 10 times greater than the overhead cost construction. So just to give you an example, there was a 1.75 mile section of line that we looked at. It's about $1 million per mile to build that above ground, and about $10 million per mile to build that underground. So in order to pay for the cost of undergrounding, an underground district can be established per Arizona State Statute ARS 48620. And TEP would assist the city in creating an improvement district for underground utility facilities and public rights-of-way and easements. I don't believe we've formed an underground district in the city of Tucson to date, but we have worked with a couple of neighborhoods who have considered it and chosen not to move forward with the process. So we're open to that and willing to work with the city if that's the direction you'd like to pursue. So I hope that brings some clarity to the project scope and highlights the benefits for building it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Susan. I really appreciate you presenting to us, what we have in front of us so far. I do see Vice Mayor Cunningham hand up. Vice Mayor?
Good afternoon, Susan. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation. It was very informational. I wanted to start off by asking, I've actually gone to TEP multiple times over the last few years and asked about creating an underground district to retroactively change. And TEP was not very responsive. And now all of a sudden they were. That's really disappointing. I also have an issue with the idea that it seems that Oro Valley, Scottsdale, Paradise Valley, Mesa, and Chandler can all seem to lower or underground their utility lines for much less than 10 times per one in that ratio. So I'm calling baloney schmaloney on the estimate. I'm sorry. I just don't trust it. And I really don't trust TEP's genuineness to actually come through and put the underground district on. I can tell you right now, for the record, that I will not vote for a special land use permit under any circumstances until after we have a referendum, an election with the city of Tucson voters on whether or not we form an underground district. And if we lose, then you guys can, then I'll vote for it. But we're having the election first. You're just going to have to wait. I also wanted to let you know that I think that it's really about time that Tucson looks at power lines as antiquated. If we want to be cutting edge, we can form our own municipal co-op and become a battery service to residents who want to use off-grid batteries in their homes, and TEP can just lose the customers. That's a lot easier for us. So that's where I'm at. I want to make that really clear. If you guys are Tucson Electric Power, then you have to care about Tucson. And I can't believe that right now there's other cities around the country and around this city that are around this state that are getting better service from their utility. And I won't stand for that. That's all.
May I respond, Mayor?
Yes, of course. Go ahead, Susan.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, Tucson Electric Power, I apologize, Vice Mayor. Tucson Electric Power, Tucson's in our name. That's who we serve. We deeply care about our community. We're very invested in this community, and we appreciate the partnership with the city. I just wanted to make a few comments. So there are underground lines in Oro Valley, in Tucson, in South Tucson, in all of the territories that we serve within Pima County. None of them are at this voltage. We do not currently have any 138 kV lines underground. You mentioned, so the underground lines have always been paid, the differential cost is always paid for by a third party. Our rules and regulations, as we're governed by the Arizona Corporation Commission, deem us as an overhead utility. So if there's an additional cost to put lines underground, a third party has to pay for that. Otherwise, we are subsidizing that cost across our customer base. So any lines in Oro Valley have been paid for by Oro Valley or the subdivision builders or whoever has the interest in undergrounding that line. There is a current project that SRP is building right now in Chandler, and they have disclosed that their cost to underground is 10 times the cost to build overhead. It's a similar construction situation. We're using a third party for this evaluation, and we are trusting their estimate. They do incorporate a 20% contingency because there's a lot of unknowns. When you're digging in the middle of town, there are a lot of unknowns. Just the conductor to install this line underground is $2.7 million per mile. That's a fixed cost. I'd say the next greatest cost is to dig the trenches and to install the conduit. And we, as we know, Campbell, or whichever path we take, has a lot of underground utilities and facilities that we would need to avoid. So we need to partner with all of the stakeholders to identify the best path. We're certainly willing to put this line underground and partner with any interested stakeholder that wants to help with the cost.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, and then Steve.
Hi, Susan. Thanks. That was going to be part of my follow-up question to you is, so the cost, I'm just trying to think through the cost. And so who would then end up having to pay for the additional cost of undergrounding in this particular situation?
Okay, so Madam Mayor and Councilmember Santa Cruz, the process for forming an underground district really falls with the governing body, which is the city of Tucson. And so we would work with you to help identify the areas that would contribute towards that undergrounding district. And then those are the residents and businesses that would also participate in the process to vote on whether or not they want to form that underground district.
Okay, and then after that, who foots the bill? I guess that's what I'm asking is who would have to pay that additional cost of undergrounding?
Right. So the entities, whether it's residential or commercial customers that are identified through this process, those are the members that get to vote to decide to form the underground district, and then the cost would be split across all of those entities based on a formula to, I'm not exactly sure how that works.
So it would be like any of the, so say if it's along Sam Hughes, it would be like the U of A, residents along Sam Hughes, that they would all kind of pitch in and be that third party helping pay for it. It wouldn't be me who lives on the west side as a ratepayer having to pick, like my rates would increase to help subsidize the line going underground over there?
That's correct. And I think that's the purpose for the undergrounding district, because the way that the ACC governs TEP, our rates are basically spread across all customers. And so if we pay for the undergrounding of this line, then people on the west side, people, all across our service territory would actually end up paying for that undergrounding differential. So this process allows for the people who are benefiting from that underground installation would actually bear the cost.
Okay, because that would be my concern as we're having this conversation. That I don't think it'd be fair for folks that aren't impacted by it directly have to pay the bill for it.
Steve?
So the reality is that we're all impacted by it because this is going to affect the aesthetics of the entire city from 36th Street over to the west side and through Midtown. And when Ed Beck was before the siting committee of the ACC back in 2018, he said that there's ultimately impact on customers, but he said because the numbers are very small relative to the overall rate base, they're negligible. And he also, what nobody has done, and I'm not interested in a district, I'm interested in TEP setting a trend that this is the way they're going to do business. When you add in the property value claims that are coming for this thing, this is going to net out to the company like it's zero when you start talking about the 10% drop in property values that are going to be coming from the standpoint of the diminution of property value claims that are coming your way. And in addition to that, there has been no inclination by in any of these public meetings of even discussing the notion of undergrounding the distribution lines so that you minimize the number of poles. I mean, that's where we are, is that the default is always, if you guys want to pay for it, knock yourselves out. And my point is that TEP has indicated options in these public meetings and also before the subcommittee of the ACC, where they say we could knock down more poles and to put them underground, the distribution lines. Maybe that's a middle ground compromise that people come to, is that the new 136 kV lines are the above ground, but you're going to underground some of the existing distribution to minimize the number of poles. The point is that these conversations have not happened productively in the public at this point, and I agree with Paul. Tucson really deserves this same level of consideration. And to Lane's point, it's not about passing the bill off to somebody else in town. This is going to affect this community for decades and decades to come, and it ought to be the same conversation we have when you're doing this out on the west side or the east side, or no matter where it goes going forward.
Councilmember Santa Cruz, I don't know if you have your hand up, and then Vice Mayor. You're on mute.
I just want to be clear. I'm not even talking about just undergrounding this project. I want to be in the same situation that the other cities have. They all have ordinances that protect them from building power lines overhead, and you guys get to go to the ACC and make those TEP, gets to go to the ACC and makes the adjustments in their rate case. Or we can look at passing that mechanism by referendum and seeing whether or not the voters are inclined to do it. But we haven't even had the chance to have that conversation. Every single time I brought it up for almost a decade, it's been basically brushed off. And that's why I'm so frustrated with TEP, because now here we are, you guys went back and got the rate increase. You guys went back and got the change in how the solar was calculated. And then you're coming back and building high density power lines, and all the distribution lines are above ground. And I've asked multiple times over the years for my constituents' sake. I can tell you right now, I live in a neighborhood where both sides of the street, in every busy street that I live around, has utility lines. I just want to figure out if there's other ways. I drive to other cities, and they may have a few on one side, or they have a few here and there, but it's nothing like what we have in Tucson. We've got to make that change. We're looking like a third world country.
Susan, did you want to talk to us about the final siting report and or any additional community meetings that you have available, or are we done with the community process and you're in the process of submitting to the Arizona Corporation Commission?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for giving me the opportunity to speak to that. So there is still a public process associated with the CEC application. Once the line siting committee issues their recommendation to the ACC, it will go through another round of public process. So there's still an opportunity to participate. And this has been very helpful for TEP. I appreciate everyone's feedback. And again, appreciate your partnership in helping really to provide safe, reliable, affordable power to our shared customers. And yeah, I appreciate your support for this project.
Thank you so much, Susan. You have been very kind. As part of the next steps, you indicated that TEP will evaluate undergrounding options with community partners. I think this is related to what Councilmember Santa Cruz said. Is it residential partners and or City of Tucson and businesses? What do you mean when you say community partners?
Right, Mayor, it is kind of a loosely defined process. Typically, it's a neighborhood that's come to us and said, hey, you know, El Encanto wanted to underground their neighborhood. And so in this case, I think the best route is to form a coalition of interested parties that want to evaluate this. And so I think that we could partner with the city and lead that coalition for the discussion of how we could move forward with undergrounding.
One of the points that you made in your presentation is that a conversation, part of the reasoning why this is needed is that it's to accommodate higher peak usage. But also you talked about the University of Arizona's plan to purchase 100% wind and solar power, and that's what the University of Arizona has tried to do specifically with their associated goals, their sustainability goals. Can you talk about this, please? Can you expand on this?
Sure, yeah. Thank you, Madam Mayor. The university approached us regarding their desire to provide all of their energy through renewable resources. And so we have partnered with them to secure wind and solar resources that will completely offset their usage. And while this line is not needed to deliver, you know, we're not marking the electrons as green. This is more of a reliability issue within the city. It does support not only the university's goals for all renewables, but as well as the entire City of Tucson community, Pima County. So this definitely, you know, we will need more infrastructure to support our renewable energy goals. And as we've recently released to the public our integrated resource plan, we have a 15-year plan to reduce our carbon emissions by 80%. Which will, you know, we're moving to renewable resources through wind and solar and batteries as well.
So my observation is that it's a little bit that we have to balance, right? We've been talking about our own sustainability goals in the City of Tucson and the goal of electrifying our bus and vehicle fleet in the City of Tucson and creating an electric vehicle grid throughout the City of Tucson. And we understand that that the usage, more and more usage of electric energy, hopefully that particular electric energy provided by wind and solar is something that we are talking about in the City of Tucson as well. Are there any other ways of being able to provide this additional energy because of the growth in any other way besides these types of high voltage lines?
So, Madam Mayor, we've done a complete study of our system and mapped out with the partnership of the city and the county and a lot of the large developers, including the University of Arizona, looking at future growth within our territory and really looking at it in the long term. 50 years from now, what's the ultimate build out of our city? And so when we look at the load centers, the load pockets that we believe will be built and have currently exist, we need to locate our facilities where those load centers occur. And so, as you can imagine, the center of town, there significant load. And so the best way to provide service to that area is really through this 138 line. We've been serving it through 46 kV feeder circuits. And while that's been, it has accommodated the needs of the area, it's not a redundant system. And so by providing this 138 system through this area, we actually provide redundancy, which will improve reliability, but then also allows for that expanded growth. So you're really getting a lot of benefits from a line like this. And over time, our system needs to be built out in the areas where that load growth occurs.
Is it something that the University of Arizona needs, this additional energy load?
Madam Mayor, yes, it will serve the university's current load and their expanding load, but it also, that entire area has been growing. You look at the bridges down in the southern part of this area that we're talking about, a lot of growth there. I'll also point out that we're able to eliminate 2 of our 46 kV substations. One of them's in Pueblo Gardens and one of them's further north. So it's an opportunity for us to replace our system with newer equipment and also higher capacity.
Thank you, Susan. Steve, and then we have to wrap it up.
So you just asked one of the questions I was going to confirm, and that is that one of the drivers of this is the U of A's increased load demand. So why wouldn't TEP be asking them to help foot some of the bill of this undergrounding? And number 2, you also confirmed that this conversation is going to happen again wherever load demands exist, and that's going to happen all over town. And so this is just the first kind of conversation we're having, and we should be ready for this to say, and as Paul was saying, this ought to be the trend. When this happens on the south side, the east side, no matter where this comes, TEP, we ought to be partnering and saying, because this is going to have a negligible impact on our entire rate base, this ought to be our MO for doing business going forward.
Alrighty, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Susan, so much for coming here, and hopefully this conversation continues in the community, and appreciate you coming. We need to move to the next item. It's item 6. Steve, this is your item as well. Did you want to continue discussion on the cellular company activities?
It'll be real quick. It's essentially the same conversation. According to the industry, we're going to see literally thousands of these small cell poles. They're going to pop up all over the city. They already are. I would venture to guess that if you see cones in the right-of-way and a backhoe in your neighborhood around where you live, it's probably one of these things going up. You can wake up in the morning right now, according to state law, and see a backhoe and a shovel in the front of your house, literally in the right-of-way. And I included some photos of what we're seeing all over town that is happening. As a result of state law, we issue a permit that allows the pole to go up essentially in the location that's being decided upon by AT&T and Verizon and T-Mobile. They choose the site as long as it's in our right-of-way. There is 0 public engagement that's required or involved according to state law. There's a meter running that if we don't give the final permit, then within that meter, it's called the shot clock, it's assumed that we've approved it. So there are 2 points I would make. Number 1 is in the same way that the state overreached when they gave the vacation rental law and preempted local voice. They turned it into a local disaster. They've done exactly the same thing with these small cell poles. You can literally, everybody on this call can literally wake up tomorrow morning and find one of these things going up right in front of your house, and you will have no way of knowing that it was coming. So I would like this body to, under the mayor's signature, if you all agree, to write a letter to our delegation saying we need our local voice back in this. Eliminate that preemption from this state law. The second thing is this, and this is something we can do locally. The very first thing out of DTM's mouth when they get a cell application submitted is, have you engaged with the ward office? So that we can then reach out to our residents and hopefully engage these companies in saying, well, let's talk about whether or not this is an appropriate location. I can tell you that I have two examples that happened within the Garden District. One, if we had moved it 50 feet to the west, there would be no problem. But instead, Verizon or AT&T decided they were going to go right in front of these people's house. Tell me 50 feet is a big deal for these small poles. So that's one thing. And the second one wound up going in a retention basin that the neighborhood had just put into place using federal grant money that they had worked for 7 years. This one was Verizon. They decided that would be a swell location. So if we have to run out the shot clock on every one of these things, then so be it. But these companies should not have the right to inflict this kind of impact on our residents without talking to them about location and timing and work plans, and none of that is happening right now. So that's my rant.
Steve, I don't think we need a vote. I would be more than happy to write a letter. This is to the congressional delegation or to the state delegation?
State is statewide, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be more than happy to any preemption clauses in state laws, et cetera, shouldn't exist because of the reasons that you're talking about. So I'd be more than happy to work with your office to write that letter to our delegation. Not even our delegation. I mean, we could send it to the president of the Senate and the Speaker of the House.
Okay, great. And as far as the Department of Transportation and Mobility, they get these permit requests. Mm-hmm. See, I don't know if Diane Alarcon is on, but what would prevent you guys from the first thing you do is to call the ward office? So you got this coming on your ward.
Yeah, that's more of an internal administrative kind of protocol.
Right.
Yeah.
Mayor, council members, Diana Alarcon, Transportation and Mobility. Yes, sir, we will add that to the list the minute we get it. Just understand we can do that, but the clock starts ticking when we get that application. So we'll certainly add that too, make sure that we're reaching out to the ward office that is affected so that the community can be engaged. That doesn't necessarily mean that there'll be movement, it'll change, because again, unfortunately, the state law does kind of regulate that, and they are very precise in where they put the locations. What's really different about where we're at now with the small cells is we're moving into 5G. When they have to do that, they do have to keep them in close proximity. So you're absolutely correct, more are going to go up, and that's how 5G is going to work. So it gets us a service that as consumers we want, but unfortunately, aesthetically, it's not very pleasing for our community. But we'll add that, but that is with the caveat that there is a time frame that we have to respond. Otherwise, it happens no matter what. So I just want to put that out there, but we'll make sure that we start doing that immediately.
Diana, I understand the shot clock. I get that, but right now, a resident realizes that they've got a small pole going up when their backhoe shows up in front of their house. And so at least this will give us the opportunity to reach out to Verizon or whoever it is and say, hey, wait a minute, let's talk about moving this thing 50 feet. There will be thousands of these things up around our community. I mean, literally thousands of them.
Right.
And they're not co-locating. So you can have AT&T on one side of the street and Verizon on the other side of the street. Absolutely, literally.
Yes, sir. You're absolutely correct. I'm not disagreeing with you. And that's why we are actually GISing them as they're going up now to see if there can be collaborative efforts between the different cell companies. And that way we won't get as much up. Sometimes we're successful with that and sometimes we're not. because really it is I want to say it's a race for the cellular companies right now to get out there and get it done so that they're the first ones offering the 5G service. So that's why we're getting blasted, I guess is the best way to put it right now, is because they're all on a race to be the first one to offer 5G service to the city of Tucson.
Well,
thanks, Diana. Let me give an opportunity to Vice Mayor Cunningham.
Yes, Your Honor, I just wanted to mention that there's a financial piece to this as well. We should definitely remember that when we allow a tower to come in and we don't have a discussion on where to put it, they may move it to private property, and a lot of these guys are paying us money every time we put them somewhere on our property. So we've got to be aware of that. And I think we're leaving opportunity. There's an item on tonight specifically that works like this. So I kind of want to just bring that up. There's so many moving parts here, and the idea that the ward office can't be contacted when these guys start the process, I totally agree. That adds to transparency. That adds to constituent service, and our citizens deserve it.
Yeah, that could be an easy, quick administrative fix, and we can offline in that letter to the speaker and to the House. What's it called? The House and the Senate, and be more than happy. We can offline that. I do want to move forward because we have really important issues on the agenda, and I know that we're going to have to push a few back to the 17th, but I wanted to give Mr. Ortega the opportunity to help decide which ones we must, which items we must talk about today. I do see pension obligation, bonds, and then the Move Tucson update, which I think are pretty important for us to discuss. Mr. Ortega, we do have the phase 2 market study, and then the speed hump pilot program, and then the regular agenda items that we have on study. So
sure, Mayor, thank you. So just very quickly on the speed hump pilot program, all I'm looking for is a motion to make that a permanent program. The pilot program we thought was a success. We think most all of you agree. So I'm really just looking for direction on that. We won't make a presentation unless you want it. So that would be hopefully about a 3-minute item.
Madam Mayor, I will make the motion because we've all done it and we've used that around the schools in Ward 5. It's been really helpful. And we thank Diana Cohen and her staff that really helped us with that. So I make that move that we accept the pilot program and make it a permanent program for the city of Tucson.
A second. So on item number 9 on the speed hump pilot program, there is a motion to proceed, make it a permanent program with the speed hump. How much is the budget for this, Mr. Ortega?
9,000.
Or Diana?
Diana, if you could help me.
Yes.
60,000. Oh, go ahead.
So we actually have it budgeted to do 5 speed humps per ward per fiscal year. So we have actually $75,000 in the budget this year. If you remember, we held off on it because we didn't know what COVID would. Our HERF numbers are looking good, so we have that money available to spend this fiscal year to put 5 per ward out. And then the investment from the community is just $500 per speed hump.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. That budget, Mayor and Council can always take a look at it and adding some more funds for this project, etc. So there's a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. We're done with that one.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so the Move Tucson update and the RTA Next Draft project list, that's going to be a longer term conversation, or excuse me, a longer timed conversation. I don't want to rush that, but let me suggest something to you, Mayor. Our plan was to bring this back on the 17th And what I would call your attention to is not just the list, because I think there were a lot of questions about the specificity of the list and how we came about that, but also the categorical funding elements are an attachment to the list. So one of the things that you've heard me say a few times is that the RTA Next request was for 600 million worth of construction projects, which are basically corridor improvements. The categorical funding elements include maintenance, transit, and other priorities that, in my opinion, the council may want to weigh in on. So as we prepare for the 17th, I would suggest that we think about it on a broader spectrum of not just the construction projects, but the council thinking about the priorities that are included in that categorical funding element. It's one of the attachments. It's referenced in the memo, but I would call your attention to that attachment. So, Mayor, I would suggest that one could wait until the 17th, but know that we have been asked to get our list in. And so what I would suggest is that we would include it as a study session item and also with an action item, assuming that the council gives us direction in the study session, we would ask for it to give us the resolution as a part of the regular meeting, if that's okay.
Yeah, I agree that we need to make sure that we bring this item back. This is a conversation we're going to have for some time. I don't want mayor and council or the community to think that the RTA Next election is a given. There's a lot of questions about investment in investment in our roads and our local roads and our neighborhood streets, and making sure that there are funds for maintenance of the project. So this is a conversation that that RTA is having. The mayor is part of the representation of the city of Tucson in that board, and so we still have much to push and pull, I would say, on whatever the RTA Next election will be. And so
we will make sure that you have, again, this information we provided, as well as those categorical funding areas, because I do think that it's not just, hey, give us a project list. I think from a policy standpoint, it's what are the priorities? And some of the chatter that we've heard from residents is that of maintenance and potholes and so forth has to be part of this conversation.
Exactly.
So we can bring that back to you on the 17th.
Right. And I think that the Move Tucson conversation is a bit different than the RTA conversation, right? There's two conversations happening at the same time. Move Tucson is extensive community engagement process that the Transportation and Mobility Department had. And so we want to know, as the city of Tucson and as mayor and council, we want to know what is it that Tucsonans are interested in looking at in terms of investment. And so that's one conversation, and the RTA Next conversation is different. And I know that, the RTA administrative team have been asking the city of Tucson to submit projects for RTA Next. But I know that you, Mr. Manager, and I have both been pushing back on submitting a list without having the community engaged and giving us their cues as to what they need. Again, many people are interested, many Tucsonans are interested in making sure that we have money for maintenance of our roads and our neighborhood streets. So there are questions about funding gaps in the existing RTA projects for the city of Tucson. So that's a concern. So again, I just want to make sure that we have plenty of time to have these very important conversations as we proceed. I know that Councilmember Fimbres had your hand up. Councilmember Fimbres?
Madam Mayor, you hit it right on the nail. I think that a lot of citizens are concerned about this maintenance of roads and streets. The other thing is MAG and Upper Maricopa has weighted voting so that this, because they have a population bigger than the county, so they have weighted voting on there. And I think we need to look at the infrastructure with our PAG and see what we're doing also with the RTA and moving this stuff, because you have lots of constituents, and the number one call we get is about potholes, roads, and streets that aren't fixed.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So, Steve, I believe you have your hand up.
Well, it's really similar to what both you and Richard just said. These projects that we see are supposed to be our choices for the RTA 2 or RTA Next. Every PAG jurisdiction got the same direction from PAG, and that is create a project list with the understanding that they're going to go back and they're going to pare them down before they go to the ballot. And every jurisdiction got the same amount, $600 million, which means that doesn't matter if our tax base is 40 or whatever it is % of the PAG, we get the same number of projects as Marana or Sarita or Oro Valley. The reality is that they're also rolling our projects over to phase 1 of RTA 2, RTA Next. So the message that they're sending to City of Tucson voters is that we didn't finish your projects, we finished everybody else's. You get the same value, $600 million or whatever they wind up at, going next to Sarita and South Tucson. Your tax base is 40%. They have no road repair in this proposal, and you think that that's going to pass? I mean, that thing's going to be dead on arrival with City of Tucson residents. So they really seriously better think about the way this is being, as you both of you just said, this is being packaged, or we better just start having our own local conversation about doing this on our own once Prop 101 and 407 expire.
Yeah, that's why it's important that we have this Move Tucson conversation. What are the priorities that Tucsonans want? What do they need? And I am terribly concerned about this funding gap of existing City of Tucson projects and rolling it over to RTA Next, specifically because of what you said, Steve. Paul, and I believe I saw another hand up, but go ahead, Vice Mayor. You're on mute.
That's so frustrating. You have no idea how frustrating it is. First of all, I appreciate the next project report and the literature and that they sent us to. Look, I don't want to be the guy who brings this up because it's not the funnest piece, but there's one project that we really have some excitement on the east side. It's an opportunity to have car mobility, vehicle mobility, and pedestrian mobility from east to west. It would actually probably help us traffic pattern wise, and it would also help us pedestrian wise, in which we could make, Broadway, we could convert Broadway more to the pedestrian friendly corridor east to west, and we could convert golf links into a pass through corridor. And it didn't even make the front top. Matter of fact, if you take out projects that Ward 2 shares with other areas of Tucson, there's only about 15 million out of the 600 million in Ward 2. And not that I want to be the one who's pointing that out and saying, hey, we got to be equitable. But I mean, we're going to have a tough time selling this to the voters on the east side if there's not going to be that much investment in it. So that's one thing I wanted to mention. The other piece is that I'm really concerned about kind of it's like a mishmash. We've got a lot of streetcar build out, but to make that type of multimodal transportation successful, it's got to go to the airport. It's got to go east to west. We didn't build that into the model. We kind of kept it centralized, and it's going in a circle in the same place. So I looked at some of those things, and I thought, why aren't we kind of seeing the whole thing holistically? Why aren't we going back to the committee and saying, hey, if you want the city to collaborate on this, we're going to have some weighted voting. We're going to have some other pieces. Look, I'm all about building an RTA next that makes sense for Tucson, but if that's not going to happen, it's going to be really tough for us to get behind it. So I think one of the things that we discussed in our group was maybe one of the things we can do is we get to appoint certain folks to the RTA bond committee or the RTA selection committee, and I think it's important that we try to get as many city residents on there as we can.
Alrighty, so obviously this conversation has to continue, Mr. Ortega.
Yes, ma'am.
So,
I'll bring it back to you next time.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back because it's an important one.
And in the meantime, Mayor, I'll ask you and members of the council if you have specific thoughts, just like what Vice Mayor mentioned, if you could let us know, that would be helpful. In the meantime, we'll certainly be meeting with you all to get your thoughts between now and then. So, Mayor, then I would suggest moving hopefully quickly to the market study. I know we've delayed that a couple times. Liz has assured me they can whip through the presentation fairly quickly. If you would like, we can start the conversation and then bring it back if there's more question that needs to be answered. And then we can close it out with the pension obligation bonds. I do think the pension obligation bond discussion is an important one to have today. Yeah. May not need the full 30 minutes, but that would be how I would suggest it, Mayor. Are you okay with that? You want me to?
I am thinking about it only because I want to make sure that we cover the pension obligation bond conversation thoroughly. So it's a big step. It's an important conversation to have. And on the phase 2 housing market study, that will is that part of the housing community development? Is there a deadline there? What's happening?
Liz?
Yes, Mayor and members of the council, there's not a deadline on that. We just have had our guest waiting, but other than that, there's nothing that is resulting from this presentation.
I'm so sorry, Liz. I really think the housing market study is also an important conversation, and I hate to have guests, wait and then not do their presentation. But pension obligation conversation is something that we have to have. We have a public hearing tonight on pension obligation, and we are kind of on a timeline with that one. Is it okay if we bring you back?
I think we can make that happen, Mayor. That's I understand.
I'm sorry, Liz. Thank you so much for being so flexible.
Thank you.
Alrighty, Mr. Ortega. Item 10 is time has been set aside for continued discussion of using pension obligation bonds to partially fund PSPRS.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So this is a continuation. We've talked about this with you before. This is a big decision. Obviously, this is one of the largest issuances that I think the city's ever contemplated. As you know, just on a high level, the pension, the unfunded liability in our public safety pension system is very significant. Over $1 billion is what we're seeing. And so we've brought to you some strategies for addressing that in the long term. We do have some folks that are ready to speak to it. So with that, I'll turn it over to Joyce Garland, our CFO. Joyce?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ortega. And Mayor and Council, this has been an ongoing discussion over the last few weeks. It is a big opportunity for us to manage a long-term obligation that we've had and that continually grows. As part of our strategy, in order to mitigate the risk of borrowing the dollars and ensuring that the investment is done well and that we are actually getting investment earnings from it, we really quickly want to just talk about that part of this deal, which is the trust. So Jeff has a quick presentation. We'll do it very quickly. I know we have a public hearing tonight, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts.
Thank you, Joyce. And everybody can see the presentation, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yes.
So as Joyce mentioned, we've been having this conversation for a while now. So what we wanted to talk about tonight was how we would approach the management of the proceeds and how we would actually put a little bit finer point on the discussion with pension obligation bonds. So tonight we're going to talk about the cash flow plan for the trust, how the trust would work, and some initial or additional work we've done on sizing the issuance and some recommended benchmarks and those kinds of things. We're hoping to get a little bit of direction tonight as we prepare the documents and get everything together based on the motion from the last council meeting. We need a little bit more guidance, so we're looking for that guidance this evening. So I want to walk you real quick through how a trust would work. So if you can see, this is the trust. So we'll have the trust sits in the middle. The first thing is we would deposit the the proceeds from the bonds, from the COPS, would go into the trust. On an annual basis, the city of Tucson would pay into the trust and would also make the annual debt service payment. And I'll show you how this works on a cash flow in just a couple of minutes. A couple of observations about the trust. The annual debt can't be paid out of the trust. It's not a trust eligible expense. So the general fund will pay that directly to the bondholders. The annual payment will be determined between the trust and the city to make those payments. Our recommendation would be that we would set a benchmark for the policy or a policy of a minimum funding level for our pension obligation. To really get a bang for this with the credit markets and to really achieve a movement in how we're viewed, the benchmark is 70%. The rating agencies view anything 70% or above as managed. Anything below that they view as kind of still outstanding. So this payment, based on what our deposits are currently at PSPRS and the money or funding in the trust, would be based on what it would take to maintain that 70%. In addition, this leg of the transaction will be based on what the council directs. So unlike right now where we pay, the general fund pays into PSPRS based on their actuarial determination, and that changes, this leg can be established and set. And I have the cash flow plan to show you how that would work. The additional piece to that then is the trust would also have an investment policy. And in that investment, and really that's the magic of the trust and the POBs, is we would set that funding aside, and the investment policy would establish the types of investments the trust would be involved in and the level of risk. This is very similar to how TSRS is now, and this interest earned becomes another piece of revenue into the trust. And that's really what makes this work, is that you can use the pension obligation bond proceeds to create another revenue source. So in looking at that, what we would recommend is establishing the trust and remembering that this trust isn't like our other trusts in that it doesn't determine eligibility. It also doesn't manage payouts. It only manages the relationship between the city, the trust, and PSPRS from the perspective of making each leg of those transactions that I just mentioned. Remember, the city pays the trust pays PSPRS. So in order to maintain the nimbleness and the agility of that trust, we would recommend a really small trust board made up of primarily city employees. In this case, the city manager or designee, the CFO or the business services director, the city's financial advisor. And those three then would manage the investment policy, would manage the trust, would manage the administrator, the investment advisor, and would work with the budget to ensure that our payments are adequate. And then also the trust would then be audited as part of our city's annual audit as a component unit, I believe, or an internal service. But we would recommend maintaining that small board because, again, unlike your other trusts, it's not making a determination on payout, payment amounts, or eligibility. It really is only managing the investment side. In addition, when we get back to PSPRS and if they are performing at a level we're satisfied with, we may want to liquidate this trust at some time. So we want to only maintain this trust as long as it has utility. When it runs out of utility, we may step away from that and move to that full deposit, which we can do at any time. Once it's into PSPRS, then we can't get it back. But as long as it's in our trust, we can control the investments and so forth. So what does that really then look like on a cash flow basis? So I've given you a pro forma. And what I want to draw your attention to, there's a lot of numbers here, but when we looked at how much it would take to get us over that 70% benchmark of funding, right now we estimate that to be about $644 million to be borrowed. We can calculate what the advisory fee would be. So just like any investments that you carry, it would have an advisory fee based on the amount on deposit. We use the TSRS average earnings and return on investment. And what we can see is we are able to fix out the city's obligation from the general fund. And this is inclusive of the debt service in tiers. And I'll show you how that looks in a stair step. So we go from 77 to 50 and so forth. Now, keeping in mind, this will be based, how this stair step works will be based on that 70% benchmark. And that's kind of the object of it. You want to use that 70% benchmark to take the emotion and kind of take all the other subjectivity out of it and focus on the objectivity. In addition, when we use the trust board, we can manage that payment. Going back to this, we can manage this pay-as-you-go number based on the needs of the city on both sides of the equation. So this is not fixed. This is just a cash flow plan. And as you can see, the trust balance builds and then draws down. I'm not concerned about these red numbers. That means we're below our levels. Our policy, what we put in or plugged in is a $100 million reserve policy, if you will. But these are so far out, we can work with those. So I just wanted to kind of show you how this would work on a nuts and bolts. There's the interest earnings we would expect to gain every year. So if you have on deposit $678 million, you're essentially generating $45 million of additional revenue the city didn't have, and so forth. With that in mind, then, the pension obligation bonds will be certificates of participation. And at the level that we're talking about, we believe we need about 80% of the par amount. So about $515 million of assets to pledge. And this is what's taking our time. So we probably won't have our documents for the 17th. What we're looking to do is bring those back to you in the first meeting in December, because we're going through the process of selecting and identifying the property to be pledged and put in the trust. The recommended prioritization would be all public safety related buildings, all public service buildings. Keeping in mind, we won't pledge anything that's attached to the enterprise fund that has federal restriction, that was grant dollars. So that's the process of going through and determining what's encumbered and what is not. And then finally, City Hall would be kind of our last resort. The reason we do this and the reason why we set this waterfall approach of property is the market is looking for us to pledge essential property. Because in their mind, if you pledge, let's say, a tennis court or a pocket park, the city is less likely to fund debt service on a pocket park versus its police headquarters. So really the market is looking for things or for us to pledge buildings that we find essential to city operations. And I think, parks are essential, but from a market perspective, they're not the same weight as occupied public safety space or occupied facilities. So with that, kind of the next steps, and I'm trying to be mindful of our time, and I'll be happy to answer any questions or expound on anything. Our next steps are we're holding that public hearing this evening. Assuming the direction is to move forward, we are working on the bond documents as well as the trust documents. So this date will more than likely be the first meeting in December. I don't believe we're going to have those ready for November, the November 17th meeting. And we'll move forward with our financing team. And this may or may not be December, but depending upon how we get our documents together and the calendar, we're pushing it as fast as we can, but there's a lot of moving parts. So with that, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you and I'll take any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Jeff. Madam Mayor, if you don't mind, I just wanted to add that on Friday, Jeff, our financial advisor, Bill Davis, and I talked with PSPRS, Mike Townsend, and we told him the plans that the city of Tucson has. They're really in favor of the city of Tucson moving forward with this, and they certainly understand why the city would choose the trust rather than putting the dollars into the system itself at this time. What they did say to me is that they really want to show over the course of the next years that the city will be able to trust PSPS again when it comes to their investment policy, and hopefully we'll be able to put more dollars into our system.
Thank you, Chris. I really appreciate that update. I'm glad that you had conversation with PSPRS. Yeah, I think that the track record, unfortunately, of PSPRS in terms of the funded ratio is extremely different and lower than TSRS, which I believe our financial board, our financial advisory board, has done a very, very good job of being able to manage our fund for that. So what I would like for you all, Joyce and Jeff, to consider, including the city manager, is that we consider expanding that trust board. TSRS has a board as well, and it has a couple of outside financial advisors or financial experts to be able to sit on that board. I like the idea of having, you're saying that the trust board would be 3 people, and all internal. I believe you said the city manager or designee, the CFO or business service director, and the city's financial advisor.
Correct.
I think it would be appropriate to add 2 additional outside voices that do not stand to, that are financial experts and that do not stand to make any money off of their advice to our trust board. And I'll tell you, one of the reasons that I think that's important is because I know you want to be swift in decision-making and having that decision-making ability, but I really do think that we need some outside perspective, not just the usual team that we have inside. So yeah, the city manager, designee, and business services director, city's financial advisor is perfect. But I would ask that you consider expanding the trust board to 5 with 2 outside financial experts.
We'll certainly look at that, and we'll look at the chemistry as a whole. But I think those are good suggestions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So with that, I'd like to recommend my colleagues on the council consider giving additional direction to Jeff and Joyce and the city manager on starting to prepare these documents with the recommended steps for the city of Tucson to go out and, fund our bonds. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to go through a couple things. Jeff, can you go back like 3 slides real quick? One more. All right, it's really small on my screen. So I wanted to take a look at our debt ratio, our interest versus fees ratio, and what our delta was. And I know it's good, but I just wanted to look at it myself. I kind of feel better. And I also know that it goes like this. So there'll be some lean years, even some negative years, but there should be some fat ones too. So that was one thing I wanted to look at and make sure our numbers are. So we're looking at about $500,000 in fees for the bond issuance, or fees for the management of the hedge fund.
That would be fees for the management of the hedge fund, or not the hedge fund, but the management of the trust.
I'm calling it a hedge fund.
It's not a hedge fund.
Yeah, correct. It's not a hedge fund.
Trying to make sure. Sorry.
But those are the investment advisory fees. So all of the fees related to the issuance will be rolled into the cost of the issuance. So once those are done, that's out.
So what kind of outfits do these issuances? I mean, we're using BlackRock or someone like that, or how does this work?
So the firms we're working with right now is Stifel and First Horizon Financial. We'll have Wells Fargo. There'll be about 6 banks involved in the underwriting team, and they'll go out with their marketing and they'll sell those bonds to individuals like BlackRock. JP Morgan's been involved in looking at buying pieces. State Farm, oddly enough, of interest to you probably, as State Farm's our largest bondholder.
Okay.
So insurance companies, an issuance this size will also draw the attention of index funds and international funds as well. So that's part of the strategy and the sizing is, we're trying to identify the not to exceed amount for the bond documents for you guys to approve so that we can go to market and achieve that 70% benchmark. And right now we think it's about 644, but that's based on conditions and PSPRS. So we would be looking for that number to be not to exceed about 700 million, but probably closer to that 650 number. So,
all right. Okay, I'm happy with that. It sounds like the one thing that I really wish we would have had, and it's okay, I can see it, but for the interest of transparency, I'd really like to see a graph or a table or chart of some type that demonstrates or shows our projected PSPRS department by year with the pension obligation bonds and without, because we're going to save a delta every single year, especially if the end result was the same. I know it's comparing apples to oranges because the unfunded liability is going to go down, be reduced. But let's say the underfunded liability was constant. What would our savings be? And you know what I mean? We could have that projection side by side and demonstrate the delta that we're saving. And I think that would be helpful to some constituents that would get us there. The last thing I wanted to check into was on this bond council, on like this bond advisory board, are you looking for like local people in town who understand bond issuances? Or are you looking for local people in town who are actual investment, like stockbrokers and guys like that or folks like that do some of this stuff for a living for their clients and give a fresh set of eyes? I mean, what are you looking for?
So, Vice Mayor, I think as far as a couple things on looking for individuals, if we were looking for citizens of the city, they would have to have some kind of investment knowledge. So they would have to know what it is to invest in a diversified portfolio and what that looks like, because we definitely have to be a little bit conservative in nature. I mean, we are trying to protect our principal. So we are looking for individuals that would know how to do that. And that, we do have a few of those, particularly on our TSRS board. So I think that it's possible to find individuals who can do that. And then the other question you had was regarding the long-term obligation. I think that's a great idea. However, what I would like to suggest is when we get the new actuary report from PSRS, that will have the latest information. We've been working with the fiscal year 19, and sure. I think it would be best to have that available, and we could give you a better idea of what the changes will be.
All right. Well, I'm satisfied with the discussion today, and it really brings to light, this is an albatross that has been around our neck ever since I got on the council, our pension obligation. And this council, I know it's like very financial and in the weeds and kind of, we're kind of geeking out a little bit, but the bottom line is that this is something that for the folks out there listening, this is something that stabilizes Tucson's financial future for a long time in a much more sweeping way than you'd think. It's a bold move, and it does bear some risk, but I think it's worth the risk. So you guys have your support from me to get this process started. And Mayor, I wanted to know if you need that in a motion, or do they have their marching orders?
I believe that what I'd like is, before I give that, that feedback that you're asking from me, Vice Mayor, I do see the hand of Council Member Santa Cruz. Let's give her an opportunity to speak, and then take it from there.
Just kind of speaking to the risks that Vice Mayor just mentioned, I'm just still kind of like a little bit stuck on what are the implications, right, of pledging essential assets like our public safety buildings and maybe even City Hall. And then just wondering if the intention of this board would be to give annual updates to Mayor and Council, you know, regarding policies and strategies. Just, we know that the strategy is to be flexible and nimble, but how do we like stay up to date and informed of what's happening?
Councilmember Santa Cruz, those are two very good questions, particularly the update with Mayor and Council. So Jeff could actually go back to the slide that shows that the general fund is still going to be obligated to add monies to this trust every year. So in order to do that, we will be coming to Mayor and Council with that dollar amount and what this fund looks like in other strategies, depending on how our investments are going. So that would normally be like during the budget process or throughout the fiscal year, definitely if there's something that council needs to know, but it will still have the dollars that will need to come in from the general fund. And then as far as, I'm sorry, the other question?
Concerning the the
assets.
properties and the assets pledged.
Okay.
The city, this is a common practice, and it only becomes an issue if the city defaults on the debt. So from that perspective, there's also processes to release the trust and to release the property. Let's say we pledge a piece of property that we want to sell, which is the only really impact that would have. Then we would go and petition to have it released. And depending upon where we are, we could release that as a piece of property to sell. But from a pledge perspective, it's other than GOs, general obligation bonds, all of your other bonds have some form of pledge attached to them. For instance, the water enterprise bonds, you've pledged all your revenue. So the bondholder has the right to come in and raise that revenue as necessary to pay that debt. The only time it would become a problem if you have pledged property under the COPS is if we don't make that debt payment. In which case, then we would negotiate with the bondholder to determine what happens next, that's only in the case of catastrophic default.
So the city manager isn't going to try to get rid of City Hall through this.
Mayor, I've been trying for a long time, but we're not able to do that under this.
He's been trying for a long, long time. I do know that.
Mayor, let me put it up for sale.
I would like to make sure that we give direction to move forward tonight with having the finance team initiate the issuance process, aiming to be at the market by the second week of December, with the recommendation of adding 2 additional trustees to the trust board that have that financial experience that we want to make sure that they know what they're doing. And I think we've been very successful with our trust board over at TSRS, and I think we could do very similar. I like the idea of having 3 internal voices and 2 external voices to just bring a different perspective. Sometimes, I don't know if you've ever heard of groupthink, but it's good to have some outside perspective with financial abilities. So that's what I would recommend my colleagues on the council help direct tonight. Mr. Manager, do you need that direction right now, or do you need the direction after the public hearing?
Mayor, I can take it now. You may want to wait till the public hearing is there might be some comment that might change that direction, but if I could get that from you before the evening's over, how's that? That would be really helpful. And so maybe waiting until after the public hearing would be
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty, let's do that then. After the public hearing, we have another opportunity to potentially give some direction.
Thank you.
You're good, Joyce? Good, Jeff?
We're good. Thank you.
Alrighty, thank you so much. I would like to take a pause, get a 10-minute break, finish our study session. Why don't we do a 15-minute break and then meet back for the regular session at 6. Okay? Alrighty, so this
We're pausing now.
Yes, the study session is adjourned. We are going to take a 15-minute break and regroup at 6 for the regular meeting.
Thank you.
Okay? Alrighty, the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Durham,
Absent excused.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mr. Mohammed, Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority write-off of uncollectible tenant accounts receivable approval, Resolution PHA 2020-009.
City Manager's communication number 370 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2020-009 by number and title only.
Resolution PHA 2020-009 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain monthly uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to pass and adopt Resolution PHA 2020-1009, or excuse me, 009.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye. Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority monthly board report on programs and financial operations.
City Manager's communication number 369 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve the monthly board report as presented.
Second.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Is that all of us? The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 4.
approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Manager's communication number 355 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of October 6, 2020?
I motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Is there a second?
Oh, second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye. The motion to approve the minutes of the November 6, 2020 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 5.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. Alrighty. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Durham,
Absent excused.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marufo, staff member for the City Clerk's Office. Ana.
Deepen our love for our city and our desire to serve it. Strengthen our power of self-sacrifice for our city's welfare. Teach us to uphold its good name by our own right conduct. cause us to see clearly that the well-being of our city is in the hands of all its citizens. Amen.
Amen. Item 2B.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions. Report from city manager.
City manager's communication number 356 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record.
Madam Mayor, I move to approve the appointment of Michael Edmonds, Olga Flores, Sarah Jimenez, Monica Lane, Jim Toffel, Liz Wilsham, and Jay Young to the Commission of Equity Housing Development.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I would like to thank all of the commissioners newly appointed for their willingness to serve the city of Tucson. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None heard, motion carries. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time? Hearing none, item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City manager's communication number 357 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the city council to report on current events. There are to be current events or activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I have a report, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you. I want to thank my colleagues on the council, the mayor, for having this project, the Buffalo Soldier Memorial established last week as project as part of Prop 407, as well as the good citizens of Tucson for approving the proposition resulting in the groundbreaking last week. I want to thank City Manager Michael Ortega. The memorial has a home at Quincy Douglas Center, thanks to the great work of Parks and Recreation Director Jerry Neely, the director of the Quincy Douglas Center. I want to thank Tim Chimure and all the folks who made it possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Any others?
Yes, Your Honor.
Vice Mayor?
Just a reminder for all the people tuning in. I've been making this announcement now for, 4 months. If you got a cough, if you were exposed, if you feel vulnerable, please go get tested for COVID-19. We have 4 different sites permanent, and we have some roving sites as well. We've made it easy and convenient. Remember, if you get tested early, your chances of being able to cope with the disease in a more desirable way goes up tremendously. So please take advantage of the free testing service the city and county has worked on. And again, if you do test positive, make sure to self-quarantine and keep your community safe and less and at lower risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to thank Supervisor Betty Villegas and the Mexican American Museum at the Sosa Carrillo House for honoring the memory of Richard Elias, who we lost this year, and those in the community that we have lost as a city and a county to COVID-19. Is a beautiful Dia de los Muertos event and a beautiful tradition that is celebrated in Mexico and throughout Latin America and here, frankly, throughout the world and here in the United States and here in Tucson. I partnered with Supervisor Betty Villegas to have a day of remembrance and recognition of the more than 645 lives lost that we lost to COVID-19. And so the altar is at the Sosa Carrillo House. It was open all last week and will be open again this weekend. If you would like to go visit it, please visit my Instagram account at Tucson Romero to get the details on the phone number as to where to call so that they can open up the space so that you go. I want to thank my staff for really jumping on an idea that I had, very last minute idea. And thank my staff, Elaine Becker, Nate Siegel, Fatima Luna, Miriam Cruz, Natalia Ontiveros, and Genesis Cubillas for really jumping on it and buying the flowers and, you know, pan de muerto and all these wonderful things to make it a gorgeous. Even actually Fatima's kids participating in putting the 640 white crosses, doing it together and putting it together with popsicle sticks and putting them up there. So it is something that we should cherish. And if you feel so inclined to visit it, please visit my Instagram account at Tucson Romero to get the graphics and the information to go visit it. Other than that, let's move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 358, dated November 4th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 things to report. Number 1, Nicole Gillette, who is our Urban Forestry Program Manager, started this week. So welcome to Nicole. Really excited to have her moving forward with some of the programs and things that we've been talking about, particularly the Million Trees initiative, and really excited about that expertise. Also, I wanted to let you know our economic initiatives folks have been working on their Connect Tucson or our connecttucson.com website. Did receive an award of merit from the Arizona Association of Economic Developers, so I'm really proud of them. So a quick shout out to Barb and her team. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 359, dated November 4th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
On this evening's liquor license agenda, under item 5B, we have 3 requests for new license. Staff has indicated that all the applicants are in compliance with city requirements. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B 1 through 3 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
Mayor, I motion to forward the liquor licenses to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for the items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. So I do have a name for call to the audience. Do we have Vitas Sakalas on the line?
I don't show him logged in, Your Honor.
That was the only request to speak. You don't see him anywhere, Mr. Clerk?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Alrighty, well, let's move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through P.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'm sorry to do this, but it didn't come up during study. I wanted to remove 2 items from the consent agenda.
Alrighty, which are they, Mr. Vice Mayor?
One of them is the singular tower. I believe it is letter. Is it letter? I wanted to remove letter H. I believe letter I has been continued with staff, and the other one is the cell tower at Palo Verde Park, which I believe is. Say again.
J.
Which is
item J.
So H, I, and J were the three that I wanted to have removed.
To be considered separately, Vice Mayor?
Well, one of them has been continued by staff, but the other two, yes, to be considered separately.
Okay. Duly noted.
So, Your Honor, this evening's consent agenda. Item A is approval of minutes. Item B is budget and internal audit, approving the internal audit plan for fiscal year 2021. Item C is a resolution approving an amendment to the financial participation agreement with Community Foundation of Southern Arizona, YWCA of Southern Arizona, and the Women's Foundation of Southern Arizona for the city's We Are One Somos Uno Resiliency Fund. Item D is a resolution approving financial participation agreement with Pima Council on Aging, Arts Foundation for Tucson and Southern Arizona, Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona for the city's We Are One Somos Uno Resiliency Fund. Item E was continued at the request of staff. Item F is real property acquisition of privately owned property within the Valley View Isolated Service Area for installation of a Tucson water well. Item G is a resolution establishing mayor and council policy relating to awarding of funding for community special events and human services. Item H is a pre-annexation and development agreement with Title Security Agency, LLC Trust 202056-S, owner of multiple parcels at the estates at El Sereno for water service. This item will be considered separately at the request of the Vice Mayor. Item I has been continued at the request of staff. Item J is real property, approving a ground lease with New Singular Wireless PCS for a telecommunications facility at Palo Verde Park. This item will be considered separately at the request of the Vice Mayor. Item K is a final plat S20-007 La Terra Reserve, lots 1 through 40. Item L is real property, approving a lease agreement with Old Pueblo Community Services for city-owned property, 2937 North Stone. Item N is an amendment to the Arizona State Opioid Response Grant. Item N is an intergovernmental agreement amendment with the Regional Transportation Authority of Pima County for the Houghton Road Corridor Project. Item O is a resolution approving financial participation agreement with the Catholic Community Services for the city's We Are One Somos Uno Resiliency Fund Child Care Services Grant Program. This item will be considered separately. Councilmember Kozaczek will declare a conflict of interest on this item. Item P is real property approval of purchase and sale agreement with Rio Nuevo Multipurpose Facilities District to city-owned property located at the southeast corner of South Granada Avenue and West Cayo Carlos Arusa. Your Honor, this item cannot be considered for 2 more minutes, so that item will be considered separately as well. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor. An appropriate motion then would be to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items E and I that were continued, item H, J, O, and P that are to be considered separately.
So moved.
Second.
So there is a motion and a second to approve the items on the consent agenda as entered into the record by the city clerk. Any further discussion? Hearing none, may I have a motion? May I? Can we go to roll call?
Mr. Fimbres.
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Mayor Romero.
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek.
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz.
Aye.
So the items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. So Mr. Clerk, introduce the ones that we're considering separately, please.
So the first item, Your Honor, is item H, pre-annexation and development agreement with Title Security Agency, LLC Trust 202056-S, owner of multiple parcels at the estates at El Sereno for water service.
Yes, Your Honor. we've been really careful about these PATAs, and I wanted to make sure that the council knew that the due diligence was done in this situation. First of all, this plat predates most of the discussion about PATAs. It goes back about 7 years, and we've talked, the developer who bought the plat actually talked to us about water a while ago, but we still wanted to have the conversation. There's a couple things about this plat that are important to be pointed out. Number one, it's a 142-acre parcel consolidated from separate parcels. The density is only going to be 1 acre per home on only 42 of the acres. The other 100 acres are actually set aside for conservation. Also, though it is 3.3 linear miles from the nearest city limits, there's one large parcel at 49ers that if 49ers is ever annexed, we can have a pathway to annex this into the city, so the annexation is more possible. Finally, the last thing, and probably most important, is that there are several different tributaries wash tributaries that go into the Tanque Verde, and the southern portion of this parcel is close enough to the Tanque Verde Creek that I have concerns that they could possibly be they would be a good candidate to dig a well. So they pose that risk high enough that I think it's responsible to pass and adopt this plat. So I'm going to move item H.
I'll second it.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Clerk, should we do a voice vote or a roll call? Mr. Clerk?
You can do a voice vote, Your Honor.
Righty. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Clerk, which is the next one?
Item J, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's the real property approving the ground lease with the Singular Wireless. Singular Wireless has had a tower in Palo Verde Park in Ward 2 for a long time. According to the details of the agreement, the city's going to collect about $20,000 a year, and most of that goes to the general fund, which I'm fine with. But I would really like to see, us get, $10,000 or $15,000 10 or 50, at least that 75% of it back into the park every year. I think that's a really good compromise. I know that it's possible we can do that. So I kind of wanted to ask my colleagues if we could consider item J with the caveat that a portion, about 75% of the annual revenue, is dedicated back to Palo Verde Park. I think the neighbors deserve it. So I'm going to move item H with that. Excuse me, item I. I'm going to move item I with that caveat.
Second.
Oh, item J with that caveat. Thank you, Mr.
Second.
Mayor.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mayor, I do have a point of clarification. Vice Mayor, can you just outline for me again your thought there? You said 10 or 15. Can you tell me exactly the amount and what your thoughts are there?
Well, it's at a rate of 20,834 annually, plus a 3.1 rental tax is what they're paying us. And what I was asking for was 75% be reverted to the 75% be reverted to the park and 25% go to the general fund. Because I know we've got to pay the general fund something. We can't just cut the general fund out.
All right, so 75% of our proceeds to the park and 25% to,
which is roughly $15,000. Yes.
All right.
Madam Mayor, I think we had a precedence when we bring back the splash many years ago, and we had this precedent, so I think it's conformed with it, and I'll second his motion.
Alrighty, so there is a motion and a second. Steve, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, is this in perpetuity or is this a one-time deal? Another 50?
I think we had the policy set up for all the time.
Well, Steve, the lease is a 10-year term. So when the next council that brings back the lease in 10 years, that council member, hopefully, it may be in Ward 6 by then, who knows, can make the motion accordingly. But this lease is 10 years. and it's got 3 5-year renewal options. So it looks like it's possibly 25 years that this will go, and I'm good with that. I mean, again, it's $15,000 a year, but that's a big chunk of the maintenance of the park. That's a big chunk of the ward office being able to say, hey, let's fix this or let's do that. I think that's a good way to handle things, especially when it's the neighbors who use that park that have to have the giant cell tower there in the first place.
Yeah, fair enough. So this is instruction to parks staff to tap this fund to do routine maintenance.
Not just routine maintenance, minor capital improvements, whatever. You know, I don't want to make it too wordy. I don't want to make it at the bequest of the ward office. I just want it to be there for the park.
All right.
Call the question, Your Honor.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes. Mr. Clerk, which is the next one?
The next, excuse me, Your Honor, the next item to consider separately would be item O. It is the resolution authorizing the financial participation agreement with Catholic Community Services for the city's Weir One Somos Uno Resiliency Fund Child Care Services Grant Program.
And what?
Your Honor, I'd like to move item O.
Hold on, Vice Mayor. Mr. Rankin?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I just wanted to point out in connection with this item that we did not include within the agreement what the cap for the grant award would be for each child. We've been working with the provider to identify what that cap, what would make sense. And we learned from the provider today that the appropriate amount to cap would be based on each child that's part of an application. So it would be a per child cap of $2,275. So if the council's comfortable with that, we will take that direction as part of the action on the item.
That's a good amendment, Mr. Rankin. I'd like to make that motion for item O, Your Honor, with the adjustment of the $2,275.
That would be good. You had mentioned, Mr. Rankin, that that Steve had to recuse himself from this item. Is there a particular reason why?
Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Kozaczek chose to declare a conflict and recuse himself from participation in this item. My understanding is that he has an appointee within his office who works for the vendor who would be the subject of the agreement.
Correct.
Is that a conflict, though?
Mayor, members of the council, I don't believe that it would be a legal conflict under Title 38 that requires the recusal of the council member, but the council member can recuse himself if he believes that there's a perception or an appearance of a potential conflict based on his hiring of the employee, who I understand is a recent hire in the Ward 6 office.
But there's no legal conflict.
I don't believe there is under the statute, no.
Okay, all right. So do we have a motion to?
Yes, we have a motion, Your Honor. We're needing a second, Your Honor.
I'll second it.
So there is a motion and a second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And do we have a last one, Mr. Clerk?
We do, Your Honor. It is item P. It is the real property approval of the purchase and sale agreement with Rio Nuevo Multipurpose Facilities District to city-owned property located at the southeast corner of South Granada Avenue and West Calle Carlos Arusa.
Mr. Attorney, did you want to add anything to this particular item?
I do not, Your Honor. We know that it came to you all late, and we apologize for that, but finalizing the language of the agreement took some time. So if there are any questions, the manager and I are prepared to try to address them.
Alrighty. So if there are any questions, or if any of my colleagues would like to motion to move the item, if you're so inclined.
I'll move the item.
There's a motion.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty, so what's our next item? Are we done with the consent, Mr. Clerk?
We're done with consent, Your Honor.
Alrighty, so we go on to item 8.
Public hearing, intent to issue pension obligation bonds hearing.
City Manager's communication number 375 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the hearing on a funding strategy for the city's long-term public safety personnel retirement system, pension obligations. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour, and speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, you're not. No, Your Honor, there isn't.
So if not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
Your Honor, I'd like to move we close the public hearing, or second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. The public hearing is closed. May I have a motion to direction for the city manager and the CFO to proceed with procuring and preparing the paperwork for pension obligation bonds?
Yes, Your Honor. A couple of things, and before I make this motion, during the crisis, when the financial meltdown in 2007, the state of Arizona almost couldn't balance their budget, and they issued bonds to cover this. Again, borrowing against assets, like we were talking about earlier today. And quite frankly, the bridge paid off, and there wasn't a incredible destruction of service delivery within state government. Now, they did sweep a whole bunch of funds from cities and towns, but that's another discussion. So I carry this motion with understanding, with some experience of how this stuff can work. And it's nice that we have this opportunity when we're not facing bankruptcy and we're not facing a budget crisis. So this is a long-term solution. So therefore, I want to move that we direct staff to take the steps necessary to issue pension obligation bonds to relieve the long-term unfunded liability that the pension fund is facing.
Second.
Madam Mayor, well, we're going to add some 2 additional seats to the advisory committee. So I wonder if they'll accept that as a friendly motion, to a friendly amendment. Mr. Cunningham.
That friendly amendment is accepted.
All righty, thank you, Councilmember Fimitas, really appreciate it. So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Steve?
Yeah, this is a good long-term play. The probably a half a dozen people in the community are going to pay any attention to it. But in 20 years, in 15 years, even in 10, this is going to be a big deal for subsequent mayors and council to really ease some of the upcoming cash flow burden that they would otherwise face. The public safety retirement pension obligation of the general fund, if we do nothing, is going to go north of $200 million at some point. That's significant. And so by us doing this at a time when interest rates are extremely favorable, and as Paul said, we're light on our feet right now, we're not facing some sort of Chapter 11 issue, this makes a whole lot of sense. And what Jeff didn't share this afternoon, when there was a question about tying our assets, in particular the public safety assets, to the long-term debt, is that actually tying the debt with a nexus to the elements that it is funding will make these even more favorable bonds. So that this is going to be, we really should expect us to go out into the market, get ahead of the rest of the jurisdictions, and get some really favorable bids on this proposal. So I think it's really a great long-term play, and it's, you know, as I said a couple of weeks ago, it's mayors and councils usually look at things that'll look good in the next election cycle. This is one that's going to look good 3 election cycles from now. And so good on us and good on the city manager and our finance people for moving it forward.
Mr. Manager and Joyce and Jeff, I just wanted to include very similar commentary. I have been on the council for 12 years and as a mayor almost a year. And, you know, we have worked so hard on this body and with you, Mr. Manager, and with Joyce to bring financial stability to our city. And we have been amazing. We, as the city of Tucson and mayor and council, have brought and made decisions to the TSRS system that is excellently funded. It's 74% funded ratio versus the PSPRS, which is 34%, if I'm remembering correctly, funded ratio. And the decisions that we have worked towards, along with you, Mr. Manager, to bring this financial stability in times, in very, very hard financial times, recession that we've gone through, not seen since the Great Depression, to where we are with a very healthy rainy day fund, with you know, Moody's Analytics calling the city of Tucson one of the top 10 cities in the country for recovery after COVID-19. I'm very proud of this one additional step that we're taking to bring stability to reinvesting in our PSPRS system and changing the fate of where it was going. We were going to see $100 million yearly payments. But because of this particular investment, that we are borrowing, we are saving money in the long run. And I believe that we are making a good decision to move forward. It makes sense. It is a decision that brings stability to our general fund. Because as we know, right, if we remove from the general fund, especially if it's $100 million to fund our PSPRS per year, we were going to see our general fund hit and other services in our community not funded. So this makes lots of sense, and I'm so glad that Joyce and Jeff and you, Mr. City Manager, are jumping on it, and I expect it to be a good move for generations of mayors and councils to come, hopefully. So with that, if there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye. Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you so much. And I believe we are in item 9.
Economic Development, approval of retail development tax incentive agreement with Tucson Group Holdings LLC, resolution number 23262.
City Manager's communication number 361 dated November 4th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23262 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23262 relating to economic development incentives and real property, authorizing and approving the retail tax incentive development agreement between the City of Tucson and Tucson Group Holdings, LLC for the 75 Broadway project.
Before we get a motion to proceed with this particular project, I just wanted to clarify something that has been brought to my attention, Mr. Attorney. It has been brought to my attention that Councilmember Kasachik and his office have raised concerns about me having a conflict of interest with respect to the 75 East Broadway project due to the relationship of one of my staff members with a project's architecture firm. Mr. City Attorney, can you advise on this, please?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, you asked me to provide you an opinion with respect to whether under the Arizona statutes relating to conflicts of interest, whether the situation you just described presents a legal conflict under ARS Title 38. It's my opinion that the relationship that you've described of your staff member, which is not you, is not a statutory conflict of interest, and that you are free to participate in the discussion and the action on this proposed agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Rankin. For the record, she has disclosed her conflict of interest and, to my knowledge, has no way participated or influenced the consideration or approval of the contract, which was completed independently by city staff. But out of commitment to being completely transparent, I will recuse myself from this vote, regardless of the fact that my vote will likely not influence the outcome. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Hi, Mayor. I also just kind of wanted to, make a comment for the record that our office has received similar concerns in regards to Ward 6 staff or members of the staff. And I'm now getting threats of lawsuits in regards to Ward 1 GPLET projects if I don't pass those as well. So I'm feeling, I don't know what all is happening outside of the mayor and council table, but I just also wanted to share that has come up for our office as well.
Any further discussion?
No question.
Steve?
Yeah. Lane, what are you even talking about? Threats of lawsuit? I mean, you said that in relation to my office. What are you even talking?
I'm saying that other people looking to get GPLETs in Ward 1 are using this instance as a conflict of interest, or us passing this and potentially not passing Ward 1s and threatening to do a lawsuit. So
that has nothing. Go ahead, finish.
I'm saying that there is word out in the town about it, and it's now somehow they're making the connection to future Ward 1 GPLETs.
Okay, well, that has nothing to do with my office. I will say that the question I asked of Mike Rankin had nothing to do with the mayor. It was because Michael Becker is the chairman of the board. Is an employee of Swayman Associates. And my concern was that having Elaine working on the contract would create a conflict of interest. That's pretty straightforward. The mayor has nothing to do with that. It was about Elaine and her relationship with her husband. Mike, if you'd like to weigh in and clarify that, that's fine. If not, that's fine too. But it was a pretty innocent question.
I just want, just to respond to what you just said, Steve, that now
developers that are trying to develop in Ward 1 are saying that we're only approving projects if like spouses of city staff are connected to it, which I think is unfair, but I just wanted to just, you know, bring that to light that's happening.
And that followed like every other project has. And so I just want to make sure that that is clear, that there was no influence or any work on behalf of my staff member on this project. Mr. Rankin or Mr. Ortega, if you'd like to clarify the process that was followed for this project.
So, Mayor, members of the council, so we've addressed the conflict question. You're free to participate, but you're also free to choose to recuse, which you've announced that you're going to do. This agreement brought forward through the standard process for the consideration of any incentive, including in this particular case. Just to be clear, the city is not granting a G-plat or a G-plat abatement. That's still pending to be approved by the Rio Nuevo district, and incidentally, in connection with the agreement we have in front of the Mayor and Council tonight, there still needs to be further action by Pima County to approve their piece of this for this project to move forward, and I wanted to make sure I put that on the record as well. But beyond that, the proposed incentive was evaluated by city staff, including the staff in economic initiatives through the city manager's office. It was brought forward at the prior council meeting for a notice of intent to proceed with this incentive agreement. So that was also part of the public process that was engaged in. The development agreement, the agreement that's in front of the Mayor and Council was prepared by staff working with council for the developer, and also in consultation with the other parties involved, Pima County, as well as the Rio Nuevo district, and brought forward through the standard public processes under which all of these agreements are brought forward.
Well, let's go to roll call.
Well, I had one more comment. I want to respond to Lane's comment. Lane, if somebody is telling you that the city is taking a position now that the only kinds of incentives that we will approve are where there is some sort of nepotism involved, that's absolutely foolish, and nobody is saying that. And you shouldn't be worried about anybody making that allegation, because it's just patently false and stupid.
Okay.
I agree.
And just to clarify and for the record, under your standards, Steve, you should be recusing yourself from any votes on the University of Arizona. But I think that the rest of the conversation is better left for another time. And we have to proceed. We have.
Well, I'm going to respond to that because two things. Number one, I have recused from even a vote on a tailgate party on campus since I joined this council. Secondly, Monday morning of this week, the university eliminated my position, so you don't have to worry about that any longer, Regina.
All right, thank you. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 10.
Adjournment?
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, November 17th at 5:30 p.m. Have a nice evening, everyone.
Bye. Take care, everyone.